Hours, 24 hours, 24 hours of office hours. Archie, stifle your selfie. All right. Here we go. Everything's going to be great today. I feel it. I feel the upload speeds are going to be good. Everything's going to be good. Pray with me, Dan. Pray with me.
Sounds kinky.
All right. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Oh, we're already. Here we go.
It might be time for a Feldman vacation, a camping trip, maybe a river cruise, or a week in LA so you can really schmooze. It's a very long show, 2 times a week. Could it be your brain has sprung a leak? It's time to take a break and get out of town before this whole thing comes crashing down. Have you thought about doing a best of show? You could mine the archives and save some dough with all the crazy stuff happening each day. You could play old clips of Harvey J. It's time, I'm sure, for a Feldman vacation. So go up to Nantucket, find the man who can suck it. You better do it now before you kick the bucket. You better do it now before you kick the bucket. You better do it now before you kick the bucket.
Joe Biden just pardoned thousands of Americans charged with marijuana possession. He is going to decriminalize marijuana. Late breaking news. Why are you doing it, Joe? Why would you want to decriminalize marijuana? Jesus. One of the world's leading experts on Ukraine, I'm being sarcastic, by the way. He promised he would get the ball rolling on decriminalizing marijuana. I don't know what took so long. I mean, who's against decriminalization of marijuana? One of the world's leading experts on Ukraine, Professor Ivan Kachetanovsky, joins us in an hour. We'll be discussing the war in Ukraine. Professor Ivan Kachetanovsky has written extensively on Ukraine and Russia. He teaches at the School of Political Studies and Conflict Studies and Human Rights program at the University of Ottawa. That would be up there in Canada. Welcome to the mop-up for October 6, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 72 degrees and sunny. Stocks closed down today, about 1%. Office hours and hours this Friday. It starts at 8 p.m. Please join us. 8 p.m. We go until 8, 9 the next day. I host the first hour, then the community takes over, and it's fantastic. Meet better people. I promise you, you will meet better people. Come to office hours and hours. All you need to do is go to my website. The link is there, or sign up for my newsletter. My newsletter comes out every Friday night at exactly 6 p.m. It contains the link for office hours, which starts at 8. Sign up for my newsletter. It's fantastic. We have a YouTube channel, and please subscribe to it. We have 2 audiences right now watching us live, one in our Zoom room and one on YouTube. We do this show live, so thank you to the mods for keeping both chat rooms free of trolls. Like I said, the stock market was down about 1% Today, the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average were both down a little more than 1%. The Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates this year to fight, they say, inflation. Now, some say there's nothing the Federal Reserve can do to combat this type of inflation. Most of this inflation, I say, is due to supply chain issues, the war in Ukraine, climate catastrophe, COVID, OPEC raising prices, and of course, other price gouging monopolies besides OPEC. Don't forget, rent is 1/3 of inflation. You bring down the price of rent through rent control, you bring down inflation. But when the Fed raises interest rates, that means mortgages go up. U.S. mortgage rates are now at a 16-year high, which means it's gotten very expensive to borrow money to buy an apartment or refinance the mortgage you already have on your apartment. That's why last month, the number of applications for new mortgages dropped 14%. People are no longer looking to borrow money to buy an apartment or a home. It's gotten too expensive. Home prices now, you would think, would come down, right? That's what you would expect. But not really. They're not coming down significantly. I'll explain that in a second. But more importantly, renters. What about people who rent? Half the people in America who rent live at or below the poverty line. They're not in the market to buy a home. They're looking to rent, and rents are going up almost exponentially. And raising interest rates, as I see it, is going to do nothing to solve the shortage of housing. If anything, it's only going to exacerbate the shortage of housing. We need about 5 million new housing units in this country. The government isn't really building new units. The Inflation Reduction Act that just got passed addresses some of this problem, but not enough. So it's still left to investors, realtors like Jared Kushner to build more homes. And how do they build more homes and apartments? They borrow money. And if it costs too much to borrow, they don't build. So the price of homes will go down a little, but private equity, companies like Blackstone, swoop in and buy up all these apartments, all these homes. They did it in Spain. 2 years ago, at the height of COVID, Blackwater became Spain's largest landlord, owning more than 100,000 rental assets. Want to talk about an absentee landlord? Blackstone doesn't even live in Spain. So when you own rental assets, you can leave a couple of those units empty and write it off on your taxes. There are just as many empty apartment buildings in New York City as there are homeless people. And the people who own these empty buildings just write it off on their taxes. And most importantly, wherever there isn't rent control, you are free to pass along higher interest rates to your tenants. Rent is going to go up along with Jerome Powell's interest rates. Inflation is a serious, serious problem, too serious a problem to be left to Jerome Powell and the other central bankers who caused this mess. If there's one thing the far right hates, it's boycotts. Alex Jones, for example, InfoWars, right? Alex Jones, he hates it when people threaten to boycott companies who sponsor his fire hose of lies he calls a news program. And yet this week, Alex Jones announced he was boycotting the sentencing phase of the defamation lawsuit filed against him by survivors of the Sandy Hook shooting. There are so many defamation lawsuits filed against Alex Jones. Now, this one was initiated by one of the FBI agents who investigated the shooting, as well as 8 families whose loved ones were killed, or as Jones called them, crisis actors. You see, Alex Jones said the shootings were fake, and these family members and the FBI agents said because of Alex Jones, they were subject to nearly a decade of death and rape threats. Jones lost that defamation case by default. He refused to hand over any evidence, so he lost, and now they're sentencing him. But he says he's done apologizing for putting a target on the backs of the parents and the police officers involved in Sandy Hook. It's a boycott, he says, but the truth is he's just too chicken shit to testify. That's all it is. But he's calling it a boycott. Tim Cook is the CEO of Apple, and he's gay. Last week, he had an audience with the Pope. During the audience, Pope Francis said he would start officiating same-sex marriages if someone over at Apple could get his mother effing notifications to turn off during confession. Tim Cook gave an interview in which he said computer coding needs to be taught in elementary schools. You know, Tim Cook, there are a lot of things that should be taught in our elementary schools, you know, like how to turn off your iPhone and read a book, perhaps engage in the real world. Funny thing about Tim Cook and Apple, their offices are in Cupertino, California, but they are headquartered in Reno. So they don't pay any taxes in California, which is why the school system in Cupertino, where Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak learned math, they can't afford computer classrooms. Cupertino, where the offices for Apple are, Cupertino schools are closing because there's no money. Voters are rejecting tax raises. The voters are being convinced not to raise taxes. And Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, is now using the island of Jersey as a tax haven where billions of profits are beyond the grasp of our IRS, the state of California, or the school system of Cupertino, which needs the money. There would be no Apple, Tim Cook, if Steve Wozniak had not been the beneficiary of the Cupertino public school systems. And Tim Cook is busy saying, you know, they should be teaching coding in our elementary schools. How about you just pay your effing share of taxes, okay? Instead of telling us how to educate our kids, why don't you just pay your effing taxes? Well, so long as the royal family is doing okay, I'm okay. King Charles's coronation is officially set for June of next year, because after 10 days of burying his mum, the one thing everyone wants more of is to see the royal family more. We want more of the royal family. The planet is dying. A Cretan was just elected Prime Minister of Great Britain, and she's deficit financing tax cuts for the wealthy based on an economic theory discredited 40 years ago. But let's clog the streets of London and spend millions we don't have to celebrate the world's most dysfunctional family. The only difference between the royal family and the Manson family is King Charles doesn't have a swastika carved into his forehead. That's because his uncle Edward VII did that, and that's the real reason Edward VII had to give up the throne. He carved a swastika into his forehead. Edward VII was a Nazi sympathizer, as were a lot of members of the aristocracy in the lead up to and after World War II. Well, King Charles's face is now supposed to be on the money, but the Exchequer announced this week they're waiting another 2 years before Charles's face will grace British banknotes. Probably because the pound is already taking such a big hit this year. The last thing it needs is a rancid comb over and a bull elephant's ears. For the time being, Queen Elizabeth's face will continue to appear on British banknotes, but because she's no longer the sovereign, they are replacing her crown with a head full of maggots, dirt, and worms. According to Buckingham Palace, the royal family received more than 50,000 letters right after the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Some of the letters were condolences, but the vast preponderance of letters were in response to an ad on Craigslist for a slightly stained and rather sticky leather throne cushion. I guess they're selling off pieces of the estate. Queen Anne, not Queen Anne, Princess Anne. Princess Anne is the hardest working royal. She performs 400 official duties each year. On Wednesday, she came to New York City and rode the Staten Island ferry. Many people ask, why would Princess Anne travel thousands of miles just to ride the Staten Island ferry? And the answer is really quite simple. She's boning Pete Davidson. The king of Staten Island is boning Princess. That is, okay, that Photoshop didn't quite work. Seriously, Princess Anne went to Staten Island yesterday, and then she was in Manhattan all day today. Why is she in New York City? Well, after 2 weeks of marching behind her mom's coffin, she misses the smell of horse shit. Welcome to New York City, Princess Anne. The great thing about Princess Anne visiting New York City is it's the only time when us New Yorkers can say, I don't care if you're the Queen of England's daughter, now get the fuck out of my way. They're actually saying it to the Queen of England's daughter. Every day I say to somebody, I don't care if you're the Queen of England's daughter, get the fuck out of my way. This time I get a chance to actually say that to the Queen of England's daughter, Princess Anne, the hardest working royal in show business. Meanwhile, back in Buckingham Palace, Prince Charles thought he was being visited. Whoa. Let me get that back up again, is what he said. There we go, a little better. Meanwhile, back in Buckingham Palace, Prince Charles thought he was being visited by the ghost of his mother, but it turned out to be the cadaverous, worm-infested Prime Minister, Liz Truss. There's a piece of work. We'll say a piece of work. We'll be polite. The new Prime Minister told the new king, forget about going to Egypt for the 2022 United Nations Climate Change Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. Freak out. El-Sheikh. Say Sheikh. Sharm el-Sheikh. Freak out. King Charles won't be making a speech on climate change. She won't let him. The one thing that King Charles gets to do that's of any import, and Liz Truss stops him from doing it, which explains why Charles has taken to calling her mommy. I don't know what it is about women named Liz who won't allow Charles to do a blessed thing. Now, instead of gas pipes that leak into the Baltic Sea, Charles can ramble on and on about what's really important, pens that leak into the Baltic Sea. Meanwhile, activists say they have no idea why Coca-Cola branded the world's top polluter by leading environmental groups. Coca-Cola, because of its plastic bottles, is ending up in the ocean. It's listed as one of the sponsors, for some reason, of next month's UN climate conference. Coca-Cola produces 120 billion plastic bottles a year, all of which are made from fossil fuels. Not only that, Coca-Cola, the drink, its main ingredient is diesel fuel. So climate activists want to know why the UN climate conference would allow Coca-Cola to be one of the sponsors. Well, obviously, if the UN climate conference wants to be free from greenwashing, they should only accept sponsorships from corporations that work as mindful stewards of the planet. Corporations like nobody. They don't exist. Capitalism, by its very nature, destroys nature. You're worried about Coca-Cola sponsoring your 27th climate summit? 27 climate summits, and things are getting exponentially worse. Maybe after 27 climate summits, you should try something else. Maybe stop with the summits. Maybe stop talking and do something. The CEO of Shell Oil said this week that governments should tax energy firms to help the poor. How about instead of taxing energy firms, we just shut down all these energy firms to help everyone? Scientists now say the Pacific Ocean is shrinking by 1 inch every year, and that eventually the Earth will have a new supercontinent that combines America with Asia called Amasia. You know what I think this is? I think China is slowly and imperceptibly invading Taiwan and then America. Anyway, we have to do something to stop this. Not the fusion of America with Asia. The name, Amasia, I don't like it. How about As America? Asia America. Forget it. I had some other ones, but I'm in a bad mood. Moving on. OPEC announced this week that it will be cutting production of oil by 2 million barrels a day. OPEC says they've done a lot of thinking. They realize we have to get off fossil fuels to save this planet, and we're doing our job by making less of it available to save the planet. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. OPEC says it is raising prices so Russia will have more money to continue its war in Ukraine. I read that wrong. It's almost a year ago that Alec Baldwin accidentally discharged a live round into the cinematographer on the set of Rust. While Baldwin and 3 other producers of that movie are expected to be charged with some sort of crime, perhaps even murder, we do have some good news. Production of Rust will continue. They're going to finish the movie Rust because we all know that's what cinematographer Helena Hutchins would have wanted. Probably not as much as she would have wanted a union crew that would check to make sure the guns weren't loaded. I think she would have wanted that more, but I'm sure she would want the movie Rust to be finished. And this is great news. We will finally get to see Rust. I can't wait. And Baldwin, even better news, Baldwin and the producers reached a settlement with Helena Hutchins' husband. They will finish production of Rust, and Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer, her husband, will get an executive producer credit. Nothing like an executive producer credit to make things right. When asked if he's planning to executive produce any other movies, Hutchins said it's way too early to think about marrying another woman and then having her killed on a set. Nice. Michelle Obama has a new book out. It's called The Light We Carry, and she's doing a book tour. And on the book tour, she'll be interviewed by Ellen DeGeneres and union-busting producer Tyler Perry. Isn't that? But the Obamas are so in touch with humanity. And the working man. Who loves the working man more and the working woman more than Tyler Perry and Ellen DeGeneres? Michelle says Ellen and Tyler Perry can't make all the stops on her book tour. Michelle says she's hoping to replace them with whoever is responsible for the Nord Stream pipeline explosions. The midterms are now only 32 days away. 32 days away. The Democrats, according to the latest polling, are showing a 3-point advantage on the generic congressional ballot. So they may be able to hold on to the House. Meanwhile, George W. Bush, is responsible for 1 million dead Iraqis, the destruction of capitalism. Capitalism died because of him in 2008. Also, he destroyed New Orleans and, the World Trade Center. Let's be honest. He didn't read those intelligence reports. The World Trade Center wouldn't have come down if Al Gore were president. We know that. It's impolite to say that, but it's true. It's also impolite to state the obvious truth that George W. Bush should be frog-marched before the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity, like torture. But that's not going to happen because America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court. But more importantly, it's not going to happen because Michelle Obama and George W. Bush share mints at state funerals. They always hand each other a mint and sit next to each other at state funerals. And Ellen DeGeneres sat next to George W. Bush at a Dallas Cowboys game. So he's a mixed bag. Yeah, he's killed 1 million Iraqis, but Ellen likes him, Michelle likes him, so he's a mixed bag. And he's opining on politics. The worst president in American history, worse than Donald Trump. The United States of amnesia, or at least the Republican Party, is listening to George W. Bush. He's endorsing candidates. This week, George W. Bush did a fundraiser for Colorado's Joe O'Dea, who was running against Democratic incumbent Michael Bennet. During a speech in Denver this week, Bush said, Joe O'Dea is a great guy. Would I lie to you? That's what he said. Would I lie to you? No. Speaking of Denver Riggleman is a former Republican congressman who has been helping out on the January 6th committee. He also has a new book, and in it he says he's worried that several GOP congresspeople, several members of the GOP, have serious cognitive issues. Wow. That's startling. He specified Louis Gohmert, really, and Paul Gosar, Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar has cognitive issues. This is shocking. What about Clarence Thomas and Ginny Thomas? You left them out of the book. You left out Ginny Thomas. Sarah Palin, no cognitive issues there. J.R. Majewski, Donald Trump, Kevin McCarthy, who was supposed to be, this is not me, this is an article in Politico that says he may be the dumbest man in Washington, D.C., which means he's going to be the next speaker if the Republicans win the House. Kari Lake, who's running for governor of Arizona, and Herschel Walker. What about Herschel Walker's cognitive issues? All left out of the book. Interesting. By the way, this is just in the woman who claims Herschel Walker paid for her abortion has now said they also share a child. That's sweet. That's great. A new study shows that a much larger number of Republicans have died from COVID than Democrats dying from COVID. More Republicans have died from COVID than Democrats. Study suggests the reason for this could be that Republicans are an apocalyptic death cult who view their own demise as a sweet release from their own fetid existence. That's not what the study says. That's what I say. You don't get vaccinated or wear a mask, you're going to die from COVID. Donald Trump, new book out, The Divider by Maggie Haberman, says that Donald Trump would prank call, this was in the White House, that he would prank call Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, claiming he was, this is true, claiming he was a Washington Post reporter, and then when he got her on the line, would tell her that her dead husband should burn in hell. That's how the President of the United States filled his days, phony phone calls to Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Not even funny ones to Debbie Dingell. I mean, if you're going to call Debbie Dingell, the first thing you say is, "Hi, I'm calling from Amazon Fresh, and your berries are ready, Mrs. Dingell. You didn't order berries, Mrs. Dingell? It says on the order dingleberries. Are you sure dingleberries?" Is it something like that? Okay. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. The Republicans can only run on two things: law and order and Christian nationalism. That's all they have to offer voters. If you're a white Christian, you have a reason to vote for the Republicans. Here is Kellyanne Conway, who is a great family woman. Her husband is leaving her. They're getting a divorce. They hate each other, but she's a good person, and she's claiming that Christians, her type of Christian, really has it rough in America.
They're also very religious, and they see a Democratic Party that's openly hostile to religion most days. They can't even give you thoughts and prayers when there's a tragedy. It's only thoughts now.
Yes, we can't even give thoughts and prayers now. We're so anti-religion in America. All we can do is give you thoughts. But, you know, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, he gives you thoughts, he gives you prayers, and he even gives you the guns to kill each other with. Kellyanne continued on another show to talk about how rough Christians have it, white racist Christians, how difficult it is to be a white racist Christian here in America.
People are afraid to make the sign of a cross before the meal in public. They're afraid to express who they are. They actually think their religion could get them canceled now, not just their politics. And think about that.
Yes, your religion is going to get you canceled. No, it's not. It's your religion, Kellyanne Conway, Mike Pence's religion, that's doing the canceling transgender youth, canceling same-sex marriage, canceling abortion. We don't mind you making the sign of a cross. It's burning a cross on people's lawns. That's the problem we have. Well, Newt Gingrich is defending Herschel Walker because Newt Gingrich is a good family man who has only been married 3 times, served divorce papers to his first wife while she was dying from cancer, impeached Bill Clinton while his current wife, Callista, was blowing him in the speaker's office. That's true. And he's a good Christian, Newt Gingrich, good man, and he's forgiving. He's from Georgia. Herschel Walker is running for Senate in Georgia. He's defending Herschel Walker.
I talked to Herschel about this morning, and I've known Herschel a good while. I think he's a remarkable person. I think he's the most important Senate candidate in the country because he'll do more to change the Senate just by the sheer presence, by his confidence, by his deep commitment to Christ, by the degree to which he is, he's been through a long, tough period. He had a lot of concussions coming out of football. He suffered PTSD.
Yes, his deep commitment to Christ and concussions all in the same sentence. I have nothing against religion. I have nothing against Christ. What I do have a problem with is people suffering from CTE with deep mental illness, people who are violent and say they're against abortion. Then when they have an abortion or pay for an abortion, they ask for forgiveness when they don't extend the same courtesy to transgender youth, homosexuals, the LGBTQ community. He wants forgiveness, but he doesn't give it himself. He hides, like all these people, like Kellyanne, Greg Abbott, Mike Pence, Newt Gingrich. They hide behind religion the same way they hide behind the flag. They're not patriotic and they're not religious. They manipulate good Christians into thinking that they're Christian, and they're not. Herschel Walker has CTE. He has a history of violence. And like most Republicans, he refuses to accept the fact that he is severely, severely deranged. Instead of getting mental health treatment, these people like Kellyanne Conway, Mike Pence, Newt Gingrich, what they do is they say, I'm not mentally ill. I'm a Republican, or I'm a Christian, or I'm an Orthodox Jew. But they don't deal with their mental illness. They hide behind religion and their political party. Here is Herschel Walker pretty much saying that he had this revelation in a mental health institution. He was institutionalized and he refused to get treatment. Instead, he turned to Christ.
As I started seeing the doctors and stuff, I decided to go to a hospital. I don't know if y'all knew that. I went to this hospital, and I remember sitting in this hospital going, whoa, these people here are crazy. These people here are crazy, and I'm not like them. I'm not like them. And all of a sudden, as I was sitting there, I realized that we all fall short of the glory of God. That I'm identical to them, but what I'm doing is, I got full of myself, because I was winning everything, I was doing everything. That even though I was speaking God's name, but I was not living God's life.
Right. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Those people are crazy. I'm not crazy. And then he speaks the glory of God's name and runs for office. He's not crazy. He's a Republican who believes in Jesus. Look, I don't have sponsors, so I'll just say the truth. I'll just speak the truth. These people are clinically deranged. They are clinically deranged. And nobody can get mental health care in this country. It's impossible. you have to go out of pocket. So instead of going out of pocket, instead of paying for whatever mental health treatment, like, Ginny Thomas, even Jamie Raskin said after she testified before the January 6th committee this week, deranged. These people are deranged. Instead of going to a shrink, getting medication, they turn to religion and the Republican Party. It is a party of very sick people. Thank God we have Ron DeSantis, good man, who, when it comes to things like Herschel Walker and Hurricane Ian, he had some important things to say.
You don't have to politicize every single tragedy in this country.
Right. You don't need, thank you, Ron DeSantis. You don't need to politicize every single tragedy in this country. Just the tragedy of Venezuelan migrants walking 50 days to America with no food, no shelter, no clothing, and then tricking them into going to Martha's Vineyard. That's something you can politicize. And if your side wins the House, you can politicize the tragedy of Hunter Biden, who is an addict, clearly suffering from mental health issues. Politicize that, right? But don't politicize
Dead babies.
No, don't leave Herschel Walker alone. It's wrong to politicize
Dead babies.
Yeah. Dana Loesch is a good Christian. She's all about forgiveness. She hosted the NRA television network until it went out of business. She was a big executive over at the NRA, and she's all about forgiving. She is. She defended the U.S. Marines who were videotaped urinating on the corpses of dead Taliban fighters 10 years ago. She said, I would do it too. I don't think they did anything wrong. That's Dana Loesch. She is all about Christian forgiveness. And she's opposed to abortion. She doesn't like the idea of
dead babies.
But on her podcast yesterday, she explained why she still supports Herschel Walker, who paid $700 for
dead babies.
So I don't care if Herschel Walker paid to abort endangered baby eagles. I want control of the Senate. If the Daily Beast story is true, you're telling me Walker used his money to reportedly pay some skank for an abortion, and Warnock wants to use all of our monies to pay a whole bunch of skanks for abortions. And yes, when they're used predominantly over 99% of birth control and it's my taxpayer dollars, you have invited me up in your business and I will use whatever descript I would like to. Thank you.
What a sweet woman.
So it doesn't change anything for me.
What a sweet woman. That would be Dana Loesch. Rick Scott ran America's largest for-profit healthcare company, but he had to quit after he was caught defrauding Medicare and Medicaid. Senator Rick Scott, when he ran this healthcare company, the Department of Justice fined his company $1.7 billion. It was the largest healthcare fraud settlement in U.S. history. After that, he had to go into politics because nobody would trust him in business, and he became governor of Florida. He defrauded Medicare and Medicaid. In the Republican Party, that means you're qualified to become governor of Florida. Now he's senator from Florida. He's an idiot. He's in charge of the Republican Senate Campaign Committee. He's blown through close to $200 million that he's wasted. Mitch McConnell has stopped talking to him. McConnell thinks he's an idiot because he is an idiot, but he's still in charge of getting Republicans elected to the Senate. Here he is on Hugh Hewitt's television show defending Herschel Walker.
Is Herschel Walker's campaign damaged by the abortion story in the Daily Beast or the angry tweets by his son?
Oh, look, this is just textbook 101 for the Democrats. What they know they're going to lose. Herschel Walker's running a good race. He's a great candidate. Raphael Warnock is Joe Biden. And, it's just this lies, cheat, and smear. That's what the Democrats do. They did it to Brett Kavanaugh. They did it to Clarence Thomas. They're doing it to Herschel Walker. But he's going to win.
This is what the Democrats do. This is what the Democrats do. They did it to Brett Kavanaugh. Only 4,000 phone calls with tips to the FBI of rape allegations, just 4,000 that were uninvestigated by the FBI. And Ginny Thomas's husband, Clarence Thomas, more complaints besides Anita Hill, and they weren't investigated. Herschel Walker, this is what the Democrats do. They just destroy people's names for no reason. Well, Herschel Walker is probably going to be forgiven by most Republicans in Georgia, but he's down about 12% in the polls because some Republicans find
Dead babies
a little hypocritical. And not everybody is as forgiving of abortion as Dana Loesch, Rick Scott. Some people are true to their beliefs. People like, Doug Mastriano is unhappy. I would assume he's unhappy with Herschel Walker. Here is what Doug Mastriano, when he was a state senator, he's now running for governor of Pennsylvania. When he was a state senator, he was asked if women who get abortions should be charged with murder.
Would that woman who decided to have an abortion, which would be considered an illegal abortion, be charged with murder?
Okay, let's go back to the basic question there. Is that a human being? Is that a little boy or girl? If it is, it deserves equal protection under the law.
So you're saying yes?
Yes, I am.
Wow. But not Herschel Walker. The woman who he gave $700 to, she should be charged with murder, but not Herschel Walker. Herschel is a good Christian, and he asks for Christian forgiveness, but he's not getting forgiveness from Christian being his son, Christian Walker.
My intention is don't lie about your life at the expense of me, my mom, and all of the people that you've affected throughout your life. You don't get to pretend you're some moral family guy. You don't get to pretend all these things. Talk policy, talk normal. Do not lie.
I mean, I lie.
Let's not lie. Dead babies.
Sickening.
Donald Trump never lies. Here he is giving a speech yesterday to Hispanics and being very humble because that's who he is. He's a very humble truth teller.
Remember a very famous pollster, very well-known, John McLaughlin, came to my office just prior to the plague coming in. He said, "Sir, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came alive from the dead and they formed a president, vice president team, you would beat them by 40%. That's how good our numbers were."
Wow. If George Washington came alive and met Donald Trump, he'd say, yeah, I like this guy. Racist, loves money, good guy. Yeah. There's one thing Republicans hate, and that is trial lawyers. They hate lawsuits. They want tort reform. They want to put caps on lawsuits. Greg Abbott, for example, when he was Attorney General of Texas, he introduced caps on what you could get in civil damages. The Republicans hate lawsuits. They hate trial lawyers. So in order for them to sue, it must take something really egregious to get somebody like, Marjorie Taylor Greene to want to clog up our courts. Here she is threatening a lawsuit.
Yes, I've already talked to an attorney. I spoke with him last week, John, because I believe these are it's a complete violation of my freedom of speech. I was a private citizen and I'm owed damages. They have no right to do this to me. I just need to find out how many people I need to name on lawsuits and the social media companies. I've had enough of it. You know, I'm the only sitting member of Congress that had my personal account permanently banned by Twitter for so-called COVID misinformation.
You've also been stripped of all your committee assignments, Marjorie Taylor Greene, by a vote of Congress that included about 11 Republicans because of your incendiary tweets and speeches where you encourage people to be violent against Democrats and poll watchers. The House of Representatives stripped you of all your committee assignments. So you're suing, and you must be upset with Twitter for somebody like you who's against frivolous lawsuits. This must be pretty important. Donald Trump is also against frivolous lawsuits, and he's always been he's been victimized by tens of thousands of frivolous lawsuits. So he would never file a frivolous lawsuit. On Monday, he sued CNN, seeking $475 million in damages. He's accusing CNN of defamation, trying to destroy his reputation and making it impossible for him to run for president again. And here is Jenna Ellis, his old attorney. She was a member of the team back in 2020 that challenged the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election results. Here she is defending President Trump's lawsuit. This is Jenna Ellis.
We all know the bottom line here is that his complaint is absolutely correct and CNN is wrong in what they're doing. And I don't think that that should be covered under the First Amendment because we don't protect the ability for reporters to simply lie and make factually false statements.
So that's a serious lawsuit that Donald Trump is filing. Marjorie Taylor Greene is filing a lawsuit. And Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel said that the Republican Party is now going to sue Google because they're sending out emails to prospective contributors and it's going into the spam file. Isn't that horrible? That emails from the Republican National Committee are ending up in your spam file? All the money that Ronna McDaniel and the Republicans spent on buying other people's email lists to solicit you for donations, and those emails are ending up in your spam file, even though, you know, it's illegal to buy email lists and then spam people. Nobody ever prosecutes the Democratic Party or the Republican Party for buying email lists to then solicit for donations. She's going to sue Google. Here she is on Mornings with Maria Bartiromo Wednesday. Here she's claiming Google needs to take its thumb off the scale in our elections and our democracy.
Also say that Google is suppressing millions of election-related emails. Just in the last month, the committee is accusing the company of marking more than 22 million emails as spam, including get out the vote messages. You're exploring legal options. What are you going to do?
Yeah, so we spent the day on the phone with attorneys yesterday. We are very seriously looking at how we can sue Google. Google controls 53% of the emails in the United States, and they are suppressing right now Republican get out the vote emails ahead of this election. We know this.
That would be the Republican Party, the party of tort reform. 3 lawsuits, right? That's your Republican Party for you. Well, yes. We're going to be talking about Ukraine in about 10 minutes. What is going on in Ukraine? I don't know. Liz Cheney, gave a speech at the John McCain Institute in Arizona this week, and she says the Republican Party needs to be purged of politicians who are under the spell of Vladimir Putin. Now, I know a lot of my listeners don't think that's true. We had a guest on Monday's show, Colonel Dick Black. He is a former Republican Virginia state senator. I asked him if he believed Vladimir Putin was financing parts of the Republican Party. He said no, but Liz Cheney, who's on the January 6th committee, she says that there's a Putin wing of the Republican Party. Do you believe that? I believe that. Whether or not you believe in Russiagate, certainly you have to admit, I think, that there is a wing of the Republican Party that is in the thrall of Vladimir Putin. Take CPAC, right? They recently had one of Vladimir Putin's favorite leaders, Viktor Orban, speak at CPAC. Who is Viktor Orban? Well, he gets a lot of financing from Russia, as does Marine Le Pen in France. Vladimir Putin has been funneling money to right-wing authoritarians in the West. That's a fact. Whether or not you believe that Putin threw the election in favor of Trump, the fact is that he's been meddling in Western democracies, propping up people like Orban, who, even though he's a member of NATO, is in the thrall of Putin, as is Tucker Carlson, as is Charlie Kirk, as are a lot of Republicans who just can't seem to get on board Ukraine and Zelensky. What is that about? I don't know. I do know that Vladimir Putin appeals to a certain white Christian nationalist in America because of his oppression of non-whites, his oppression of the LGBTQ community. He is seen by people like Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Viktor Orban and Marine Le Pen as the standard bearer of white nationalism. That's how many Republicans view Vladimir Putin. If Viktor Orban spoke at CPAC, an invitation to Vladimir Putin is not that far away. CPAC. Well, this week, Vladimir Putin annexed 4 Ukrainian territories and called them part of the Russian Federation. CPAC tweeted that these territories were now officially part of Russia. They pretty much said it was a fait accompli. That's it. We have to accept it. The tweet went on to say, this is from CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee, right? The tweet went on to read, quote, Vladimir Putin announces the annexation of 4 Ukrainian occupied territories. Biden and the Dems continue to send Ukraine billions of taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, we are under attack at our southern border. When will Democrats put America first and end the gift giving to Ukraine? And then CPAC panicked and deleted the tweet. Interesting, right? Now, whether or not you think we should be giving arms to Ukraine, there's no question that the far right in this country is not supporting Ukraine. They are apologists for Vladimir Putin. And makes me wonder why. Makes me wonder if they're getting money from Putin. As you know, 2 Nord Stream pipelines were sabotaged, leaking gas into the Baltic. Charlie Kirk from Turning Points, we played the clip, I think it was a week ago, said the CIA must prove they didn't do it. Believe me, I think the CIA is capable of doing something like that. I just find it suspicious that people on the far right are accusing the CIA of sabotaging the pipelines. Colonel Dick Black, a Republican state senator from Virginia, he was on my show Monday. This week he said that he suspects the CIA was behind the sabotage of those 2 pipelines. I mean, that's pretty incredible to say that our CIA would do that. Tucker Carlson is constantly saying the CIA is behind it. Here is John Kirby from Joe Biden's National Security Council with Bret Baier yesterday on Fox News. We chopped it up a little, but this is the essence of the conversation.
Did the U.S. or a proxy for the U.S. have anything to do with the explosion on the Nord Stream pipeline?
The United States had nothing to do with it. That's just Russian propaganda and disinformation.
You can officially say that the U.S. was not involved in any way in this attack.
That's right. That's correct.
Not to belabor this, but for the people who look at this and say, why would Russia attack its own pipeline that creates leverage over Europe and perhaps the West? What do you say to them?
I can just assure you the United States had nothing to do with it. Of course, that's just Russian propaganda. He's the one weaponizing energy. That's part and parcel of his playbook, right?
But John, wouldn't weaponizing energy mean controlling the pipeline?
He does control the pipeline.
But not if he blew it up.
Again, Brett, I'm not attributing this to any one actor right now. I'm saying we have every reason to believe that this was an act of sabotage, but we haven't settled on who's exactly responsible.
Well, I don't think the CIA is that competent to do it, but the CIA is responsible for assassinations and coups d'etats all around the world since its founding. So would they do this? I don't trust anybody. I don't trust John Kirby. I don't trust Joe Biden. I don't trust the CIA. But I really, really don't trust Fox News, Tucker Carlson, and Charlie Kirk. And I'm not sure I trust the guest who was on my show Monday, Dick Black, Colonel Dick Black. I don't know. And I'm glad they're asking these questions because I'm not smart enough. I don't know enough to answer these questions. Should Bret Baier be asking if the CIA is behind the sabotage? Absolutely. All I can do is ask who's asking the questions. What is their game? Why is Fox News? Why is Charlie Kirk? Why is a Republican state senator from Virginia? Why are they saying the CIA did this? I don't know. You have to ask what else these people believe. They're asking these questions, but they do believe that the CIA is responsible, and that's fine. But what else do they believe? On Monday, I asked Colonel Black, who this week said that he suspects, he said, quote, "It's a pretty good guess that America's State Department and the CIA worked together to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline." That's fine. You can say that. But what else do you believe? That's a reasonable request. What else do you believe? So I asked him on my show what else he believed. I asked him whether or not he believed that, whether or not Putin has been tampering with American, French, Hungarian, or British elections. He said no, he doesn't believe that Putin has tampered with our elections at all, right? Has not spread hundreds of $millions throughout the West with troll farms. Okay, he also believes that the CIA blew up the pipelines. That's fine. I asked him if the world would be better off without Vladimir Putin. He said he believes no, the world is better with Putin. He said on my show that Putin is a stabilizing influence in Russia. Okay, he can believe that. I accept that. And he also believes the CIA most probably blew up, sabotaged those pipelines. See, it's important to know what else somebody believes when they're speculating. I asked him about Putin's Wagner group. I asked him if it consisted of neo-Nazis. He said no. I said, really? Because it's named after Hitler's favorite composer, Wagner? And I've heard reports that the leader of the Wagner group is spreading neo-Nazi material on the battlefield and has tattoos. He said no. And then I asked him if Putin is right or wrong for saying that Ukraine is in need of denazification. And he said, no, Ukraine pretty much should be denazified. I don't know the answers to these questions. I just find it interesting that this is what the Republicans, the far right, believes. And they also believe that the CIA sabotaged those pipelines. I don't know who sabotaged the pipelines, but there are people who are blaming the CIA, and a preponderance of them are on Fox News, and they believe other things. And I think that kind of frames who they are. We're going to talk about Ukraine and the war in Ukraine with Professor Ivan Kachanovsky. He's written extensively on Ukraine and Russia. He teaches at the School of Political Studies and Conflict Studies and Human Rights program at the University of Ottawa. We will be back with this very important guest right after this.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. Professor Ivan Kachanovsky has written extensively on Ukraine and Russia. He teaches at the School of Political Studies and Conflict Studies and Human Rights program at the University of Ottawa. Thank you so much for joining us once again, Professor Kachanovsky.
Thank you again for the invitation. It was a pleasure to be on your show before.
Thank you. So you've written extensively about Ukraine. You're from Ukraine. You're now living in Canada. The last time you were on the show, there's a lot of misinformation coming out of the United States, out of Russia, out of Ukraine. You have been pretty vociferous about the false narratives coming out. Let's talk about a report that in March of this year, Ukrainians and Russians negotiated in Istanbul. Now, this is what the Western press is reporting, and I think you've written about this. As I understand it, Ukraine agreed not to join NATO. This is negotiating with Russians in Turkey. They agreed they wouldn't join NATO. They would be allowed, I believe, to join the EU. There would be a promise that Ukraine would remain neutral militarily. Russia and the West would guarantee its security. That was a deal that purportedly was struck at the end of March in Istanbul. How serious was this deal? Was Putin on board? And did Boris Johnson and the United States kill it?
Yes, this was very serious negotiations, which I analyzed extensively at the time when they happened and afterwards. And I recently presented my paper, my study of the Russia-Ukraine war at the annual meeting of American Political Science Association in Montreal, in which I also examined this issue, in particular about negotiations and how they came to the end. And according to various sources, which I originally reported in May, after the first publication in Ukrainian media, in the Ukrainska Pravda newspaper, which is top newspaper in Ukraine, and which is also pro-Western and pro-Zelensky newspaper. And they have close connection to the Zelensky government. One of the journalists, former journalists, became and now is advisor to Zelensky. And they reported then in May that negotiations between Russia and Ukraine were close to making a peace deal, and that this peace deal was ended after the British Prime Minister visited Kyiv in April and told Zelensky basically not to sign such a deal. And in particular, and he said also if Zelensky would sign such a deal, the Western countries would not provide guarantees, security guarantees to Ukraine. And this information was reported later, in particular by publication in Foreign Affairs magazine in the United States, which is, again, one of the top journals. But this article was published by a former national security official, senior national security official in the United States, Fiona Hill, who was also a key witness in Trump impeachment. And she wrote in this article, which she wrote together with another former U.S. government official, and she said that numerous U.S. former senior officials confirmed to her that there was a framework agreed between Ukraine and Russia to basically to reach such a deal in which Ukraine would become neutral country and Russia would withdraw their forces from occupied areas. And the issue was, I think the issue was remaining about status of Donbass. And according to preliminary discussions about this agreement, there was this issue was not yet resolved. And according to article in Ukrainska Pravda, it was supposed to be resolved either during negotiations between Putin and Zelensky, or it would be left basically as status quo to be decided in the future. So there is confirmation from various sources, and just recently also Putin, in his statement when he announced mobilization of Russian military forces and annexation of regions which are occupied by Russia and separatist controlled Donbass, he also mentioned this deal, that this was basically a deal which was, he said, broken by the United States and the United Kingdom. So this various evidence which support this.
So there was some kind of deal at the end of March where the Donbass region, which just got annexed into the Russian Federation, that was supposed to be negotiated at a future date, as well as Crimea. Would that also be on the table?
This was actually a written proposal by Ukrainian delegation at this peace talks. And
So
this, yes, so this is what they propose to Russia. Basically, they propose that Ukraine would be neutral country, no NATO membership, and status of Donbass would be decided later, maybe during negotiations with Putin, or maybe would be left as status quo, kind of during what happened at the borders, which were de facto, including the ones which were occupied by Russia. But they also mentioned the status of Crimea would be basically left for 15 years to be decided later. So it would be put out of agreement. And this was proposed by Ukrainian delegation. And according to various sources, Russia basically not accepted this immediately, but they said that this was kind of basically point to discuss, and they were ready to discuss this, and there was possibility of even of meeting between Putin and Zelensky, according to Ukrainska Pravda sources.
One of the things we've been talking about on this show is, in the end, this is how the war will end, with Eastern Ukraine somehow being negotiated. The fighting stops, and Ukraine doesn't join NATO. I didn't think it would ever be allowed by Russia to join the EU, but apparently that was okay with Russia, right?
Yes, it was also in the agreement mentioned specifically that all countries, in Ukrainian proposal, that all countries which provide security guarantees to Ukraine would also provide support for Ukraine joining the European Union. And at the time, Putin said that he did not object to European Union membership of Ukraine. And before this war, also I mentioned in my interviews and publications that one way to resolve this conflict is basically for Ukraine to become a neutral country, to accept some kind of autonomy for Donbass, according to Minsk agreements, and to offer Ukraine real prospect of becoming European Union member. And this was basically what was similar proposal was submitted by Ukrainian delegation during these peace talks, and there was real possibility that deal would be reached. But now I think this is after British Prime Minister basically said that there is no way for Ukraine to kind of to accept.
What is the incentive of Boris Johnson to kill this deal?
I think he was speaking not from himself. Even so, he opposed such a deal because this would mean that Putin would be considered to be achieved some of his goals, because Putin justified this illegal invasion of Ukraine by saying that NATO membership of Ukraine is not acceptable to Russia. So if Ukraine agreed to such agreement with no NATO membership, so this would support kind of justification for Putin's invasion, even so there was no possibility of Ukraine becoming a member of NATO in the near future, but still this would mean that the West would basically consider that Russia achieved by force, by military force, their political goal. In addition to this, I think Johnson was not speaking just on behalf of himself. He was speaking on behalf of the collective West, which he mentioned, which means, I think, United States in particular. And Zelensky just did not say no, because he is very dependent militarily on the West, economically on the West, because the Western countries provided all the military, basically, support for Ukraine, funding even for the government, just paying salaries to the government. And so basically, this is a very large amount of money. And also kind of Ukraine is, since Maidan is also is very dependent on the United States, because US government has very strong influence in Ukrainian politics in nomination of, for instance, prime ministers of Ukraine, in selection of even head of security service or prosecutor general office, according to various Ukrainian media reports and tapes which were published. So this kind of dependence of Ukraine, and Ukraine is not an equal ally, as often media try to present, of the United States. Is actually Ukraine is more like a client state of the United States, and this is real politics, geopolitics.
I want to read something you wrote 8 years ago, right around the time after Crimea was taken by Putin. You wrote this in the Washington Post. You had a piece 8 years ago entitled, "What do citizens of Ukraine actually think about secession?" Because at the time, there was this report of separatists in the Donbass region, which is now, according to Putin, part of the Russian Federation. This is what you wrote in 2014. "The representation of separatism in Donbass by the Ukrainian and the Western governments and the media as small groups of Russian military intelligence agents and local terrorists or rebels who lack popular backing in this region and therefore can be easily defeated by force is unfounded." You're saying, this is what you wrote, I believe 8 years ago, you were saying that there was a movement, a legitimate separatist movement in the Donbass region of Russian-speaking Ukrainians who wanted to be part of a Russian federation, and this wasn't being ginned up by Russian military intelligence agents. It is a genuine urge to go back to Russia. Do you still believe that?
Yes, and there's a lot of evidence supporting this. And I wrote my article based on survey research, which I commissioned, a public opinion poll, which I commissioned from Kyiv International Institute of Sociology, which is leading Ukrainian public opinion company, research company, and they conducted public opinion poll, which showed that there was majority support for various types of separatism and a significant support for joining Russia in Donbass. And I also published my book based on my doctoral dissertation, which I defended in the United States in 2001, in which I analyzed all election results, all public opinion polls. And in my book and in my dissertation, PhD dissertation, I noticed, I compared Ukraine to Moldova, neighboring Moldova, which had similar separatist problem and de facto secession of one of the region. And I predicted that Ukraine can have similar outcome to what happened in Moldova. And I mentioned specifically Crimea and Donbass as two regions in which there was very significant support for separatism if a political situation would change. And this is what happened. Crimea was annexed by Russia, but there was very strong support for joining Russia, according to public opinion polls.
So in your piece, you said it was at about 52%, as I remember.
Yes, I think 56 or total of something.
So it's not, so what does that mean? It means that half of the Donbass region wanted to be absorbed into Russia and the other half didn't?
No, it meant the population, about a slight majority of population wanted to support at the time various kind of separatism, ranging from autonomy within Ukraine, which was still official goal of separatist government at the time in Donbass, or to join in Russia, or to become an independent state.
So if I'm hearing you properly, a little more than half, not a big majority, of people living in the Donbass wanted to secede from Ukraine and either become an independent nation or be absorbed into Russia. Is that?
This is also important to say, or to remain autonomous region, or to become an autonomous region within Ukraine. So this
like part of a federation.
Yes, basically as part of federal Ukraine.
As part of Ukraine. So you know more than I do, but it doesn't sound like it's an overwhelming desire to be absorbed by Putin.
Yes, this is the case. And
am I right in saying? Am I right? Am I right in saying that your polling back in 2014 didn't indicate that there was an overwhelming yearning to be brought back into Mother Russia?
Yes, at the time there was a real possibility of resolving this conflict by giving Donbass autonomy, and this is what I also advocated at the time. But if the choice is between yes or no, basically, if becoming independent or not independent, then this would mean that a lot of people who supported autonomy of Ukraine, which was the official goal of Donbass separatists at the time, would they switch and start joining and start supporting Russia. And there were some public opinion polls conducted by German sociological company for German Research Institute, and they found that in recent years there was majority support for joining Russia in a separatist-controlled part of Donbass.
What percentage of the Donbass is Russian speaking? And
I think this is like overwhelmingly they speak Russian, so maybe like 95% or more than 90% they are Russian speaking. Even so, ethnic Russian population is only about close to 50% in Donbass.
I see.
So that's why this two regions, Crimea, there was majority ethnically Russian population, and in Donbass it was close to half. But in other regions which I examined, like Kherson or Zaporizhia, which are now occupied by Russia and annexed by Russia, there was very small support for joining Russia at the time, and this is the case still. So just few percent wanted to join Russia, and they are Russian-speaking population, but they are Ukrainians.
Right.
That's why they do not want to join Russia, because they are still Ukrainians, even though they speak Russian.
Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe. America has been eyeing it for its natural resources. It's a market that this country has wanted to tap. No question. The Maidan, the Yanukovych, was he violently overthrown by America?
I think it's much to say. It's based on my research. He was violently overthrown by elements of the Maidan opposition, including oligarchic elements of mainstream political parties and also elements of far-right opposition, which organized a Maidan massacre of police and protesters and basically overthrew.
Was this something that Hillary and the Obama administration helped orchestrate? Do you think something we wanted?
There is no evidence of direct U.S. involvement in this Maidan massacre, but there was a testimony or interviews with two former, two leaders of the Maidan at the time from the far-right party, which was called Svoboda, and they wrote in a book. Their interviews were published in a book, which was published by Ukrainian journalists and pro-Maidan. And they said that before Maidan massacre, a few weeks before the Maidan massacre, they and other Maidan leaders met with a representative from the West. And the representative from the West told them that it's not sufficient that few people are killed during Maidan protests at the time, but that Western support for Yanukovych government would change, and the recognition of Yanukovych government would change only if the number of killed protesters would be 100. So they basically kind of talk about number, which would be sufficient for number of to end recognition of the Yanukovych government by the West. And this is what happened after the Maidan massacre. Right after the Maidan massacre, there was a declaration by the Maidan leadership that there was kind of 100 protesters killed, and they called this Heavenly 100. Even so, this was not yet 100 protesters, so they included some people who were not even on Maidan, specifically to publicize this 100. And there was admission by Obama in CNN interview, in which he said that he helped to organize a transition of power in Ukraine during the Maidan, before Yanukovych fled from Kiev and from Ukraine. And also in his memoirs, Biden said that he called Yanukovych right after the Maidan massacre and told him to leave, basically, not only from presidency of Ukraine, but also from Ukraine. And this was kind of what was basically what happened. And this led to a change of the government. And this is, I think, what kind of U.S. involvement is information is available right now.
You're from Ukraine. from what I've read, there are 15 million people who've been forced to leave their homes. The UN used to say there were 6 million refugees forced to leave Ukraine. We were looking at a map. It's way more than 6 million Ukrainians who've left Ukraine, been forced to leave Ukraine. If America stayed out of this, if America just let Ukraine alone, what would Russia's relationship be with Ukraine right now?
I think it's very difficult to say because this is like real world, and I deal with real world and politics. So I think if US would not be involved, so basically Ukraine would be more likely a client state of Russia, similar to what is currently with Belarus, basically, and Russia would be kind of influential in Ukrainian politics, similar to what is currently a role of the United States. And according to, I think, data from Ukrainian statistics, there are a lot of people who left Ukraine, but many of them also returned back from European Union countries because the war is no longer taking place in their kind of regions of Ukraine, in particular in Kyiv region or Kharkiv region. So a lot of people returned to Ukraine. But I think because Ukraine is, I think, in a very tragic situation because it's now became a center of fight, basically, or struggle between two nuclear powers.
Right.
Russia, which invaded Ukraine, and the United States, which wanted to use Ukraine again to weaken Russia. And basically, this is now not only war between Russia and Ukraine, which is again very damaging to Ukraine, and I think would likely to continue without any prospect of real peace because of Russian annexation of this region, but also this is also because of a proxy war between the West and Russia in Ukraine, and this is another dimension which is also very important.
Before you go, what is in the Donbass that Putin wants other than people who identify with Mother Russia? What are the minerals? What is it? Coal? Is it energy? Is it rare earth? What rare minerals? What does Putin want from the Donbass?
Donbass is basically industrial heartland of Ukraine. It is a very industrial region built at the time of the Soviet Union, including in particular kind of heavy steel kind of production and metal production, like industry steel mills and so on, and coal. So this is again a very important industrial center of Ukraine. In addition to this, Donbass, in particular southern Donbass, along with the Zaporizhia region and Kherson region, would provide Russia a direct connection to Crimea, which was annexed by Russia over land. And this is another reason why Russia basically annexed Donbass along with Kherson and Zaporizhia regions of Ukraine.
Fantastic. Professor Ivan Kachanovsky has written extensively on Ukraine and Russia. He teaches at the School of Political Studies and Conflict Studies and Human Rights program at the University of Ottawa in Canada, where he joined us today. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule. How do people follow you on Twitter?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. How do people follow you on Twitter, Professor?
Yes, they can follow on Twitter. This is my last name, first name I, and last name Kachanovsky, which may be difficult to spell, but they can use my name or just search for.
Yes. I'll put a link to your Twitter account in the description of this show. Thank you so much for coming on. Please come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, office hours, Friday night at 8 p.m. We'll continue discussing this. We'll be back with Royal Watcher Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. But first... Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, Sign up for my newsletter. This is always a special time of the show where we get to talk to royal watcher Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. He's coming to us from Rymington Hall in East Anglia. That would be in Great Britain. Welcome, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling.
Well, hello, David, once again. How are we today?
We're very good. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
I must say, the previous conversation about the Ukraine was very interesting. Yes.
Now, have you ever been to the Ukraine? We should mention that you grew up with Madge. You call him Madge. We call him...
Well, his Madge. His mother was her Madge. And it was also, her mother was his Madge as well. Because, well, you know how it works. It's short for Majesty. It's, yes, yeah, I did spend a summer in Ukraine. Around about 1968, as it happens.
Ah, what were you doing there?
I had a dalliance with a, let's say, hedonistic activist who was trying to legalize marijuana in that fair country.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Frida Weed.
Frida Weed.
Yes.
Frida Weed.
Lovely lady.
Lovely lady.
Rather forgetful.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very opportunistic in that way. Yes. Yes.
And it was
Anyway,
it was a romantic dalliance that you had in Ukraine, which back then was part of the Soviet Union, and your father, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling Sr.,
yes,
ended up moving. I believe he went to Cambridge. He was a spy during World War II, but ended up...
Well, I think spy is a strong word, David. I was merely a businessman, had business in Moscow and, you know, sort of...
Working for MI6.
Well, in a roundabout way, yes. He did spend rather a long time being questioned by the Moscow State Police.
Seems to me what I've read that Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling eventually moved to Moscow and was, I think, if he returned to Rymington Hall in East Anglia, he'd be arrested and shot for treason. That was the story that who knows if that's true?
No, that's au contraire. And in fact, he had moved to Moscow, but it was completely not his will.
He was kidnapped.
He was arrested trying to leave Moscow, yes. Aboard an airplane.
Well, the story is that, I don't know how to put this, he worked for MI6, but not really.
Well, who does actually work for MI6?
Well, people who are loyal to their country.
Yeah. Yes.
People who are not supposed to be spying on their country. I believe your father was a code breaker during World War II, right?
More of a nose breaker, really. He was, in fact, why he was arrested. Didn't have a long temperament. He had a short fuse, somewhat, which gave him away. He's quite a violent man, in fact. Yes.
It is my understanding that during World War II, your home,
yes,
Rymington Hall, was a place where mathematicians gathered to crack the code, Hitler's code. And
well, there you see again, it's a matter of conjecture. They wound down in our house by taking crack. It seems to be a thing with around these parts. They were working on the old Enigma code, and I think without the use of extremely strong drugs, that code wouldn't have been cracked. And father, in his capacity as a let's say businessman, was could easily access such illicit substances. Yes, exotic substances, I'd put it. Yes,
Hitler had the Enigma code.
Yes,
but there was a code that was not.
Can you say Enigma these days?
I think so.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
I thought it was racist and PC not to say that anymore.
Well, when your father disappeared to Moscow, did you feel abandoned? Did you go visit him in Russia when you were dating that woman in Ukraine? You were in the Soviet Union at the time. Did you visit your father?
It's hard to feel abandoned by parents who send you to school at the age of 7, and you see them once in a blue moon. So abandonment, I wouldn't go that far. Disappointment, more of a disappointment, I say. Yes. Yes.
And your children? You have children?
I have several children. Officially, none.
So you don't see them?
Oh, I see them. They don't know I'm looking. But yes, less said about that, the better, for a number of reasons, child maintenance and tax.
Yeah.
But yes. And so one had a reputation in my youth as being a bit of a, I think, what would be called a player.
A player?
Yes.
With the ladies?
Yes, I had a wandering eye, as it were, so to speak, to coin a phrase, a overactive trouser wand.
Yes. A wandering eye. So yes. You've been married before?
Yes.
But
and she had to go.
She had to go?
Yeah, she had to go.
Why?
Mummy.
Or your mother?
Mummy did not approve. And she did not approve of Mummy. So I wouldn't say I have Mummy issues, but when push comes to shove, was not Mummy who was shoved.
And Mummy is still with you?
She's still in the chair, yes, looking at me with that pained expression. Because as you are aware, she died a long time ago and was stuffed. But the reason she has that expression is because I stuffed her while she was still alive. So, I'd say startled. Quite startled, yes.
So Mummy has been mummified, and she sits in a rocking chair in the master bedroom.
Yes.
And
next to the badgers.
Next to the badgers?
Yes, well, I have 12 stuffed badgers. She was famed. She was famed for loving badgers. So when she died, in her honor, I had a number of them killed and stuffed and stuck next to her. Yes, it was very much pro badger.
How many dressers, how many people are under your employ to dress her each morning?
Oh, that pleasure is indeed all mine.
Now, is that truly because you enjoy dressing Mummy, or because you are destitute now?
Bit of both. And I once fancied myself as a sort of set designer and costume designer for movies. It never came about. Not what one would call a masculine job back in the day, but I fancied myself. Currently, she resembles a clown.
She's dressed as a clown today?
Yes.
Now, is she an autumn, a winter? What kind of colors do you use with her?
Well, I've gone for red and white mainly, with the black liners around the eyes. So today she'll be a clown. Tomorrow, well, maybe for another couple of days she'll be a clown. But I think maybe next week, possibly an astronaut. With a lovely astronaut suit upstairs. I could plonk her in that and sit and pretend that I am friends with an astronaut, a man who's seen things I'm yet to see.
So you talk about today. What did you talk about with Mommy? Does she approve of?
Well, actually, David, speaking of astronauts, the neighbors, the famous neighbors, had the mother of all visits today. The mothership of all visits.
The Queen?
Visits. Sorry, I nearly let out the cat from the bag there. Visits.
The Queen visited?
The Queen was taken up. She has been in pupa form in her coffin for a good few weeks now, and she's came out of that chrysalis, and the machine came from the skies and took her away. As we all know, she's most definitely an alien, not from this world. And yeah, so there was a loud cracking noise, like thunder, and this machine arrived and screamed, "Ooh la!" and plucked her away and took her beyond. Yes.
Well, they still haven't come for your mummy, though.
Well, no, and actually, it's quite concerning. The aliens said we'll be back next year for Chuck. So who knows?
Oh,
who knows what's going
an
to
interesting
happen.
coronation. Interesting.
Yeah.
We have been talking with Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling from Remington Hall in East Anglia. And
would you like a cup of coffee, David?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh no, it's a phone, isn't it? I can't give you
Yes.
a cup of coffee over the phone. I do apologize.
Give my best to your mummified mother, and maybe
Mommy, David says hello. Yes, Mommy. Yes. She didn't respond, obviously. She didn't respond, but in my heart, she responded.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling.
Goodbye, David.
Goodbye. Great job.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Let us now go down to Georgia, where Sir Professor Ben Burgess is standing by. He is the author of, where's the book? Here it is. It has the Feldman Guarantee. Here it is. Christopher Hitchens, what he got right, how he went wrong, and why he still matters. And if you buy the book and you don't love it, let me know, and I will reimburse you. It has the Feldman Guarantee. Hello, Professor Burgess. I have to ask you, were you hit by Ian?
Was I hit by Ian? Oh, no, it passed us by.
Nothing.
Yeah, basically nothing.
I see. Okay. The elections in Brazil on Sunday. It was a landslide, wasn't it? Bolsonaro lost big. It's just that Lula didn't get 50%.
Yeah, Lula didn't get to fit. I mean, I can't speak to this too deeply, but from what I've seen, I think that there's this attempt to spin that as a sort of loss because there were some polls that that showed he was going to win by even more than he did, or maybe even win outright in the first round. But I also think, like, basic reality check, he did beat Bolsonaro by several million votes, and it's actually, I believe, it's the first time since they started having democratic elections again in Brazil, in the mid 1980s that anybody's beaten the incumbent in the first round of a presidential election, and again he beat him by quite a bit. So I mean, I think that, like, tried to say, well, it could have been an even bigger win, so it's like a strange sort of loss is a little much.
We were just talking about Ukraine. You have a piece over at the Daily Beast. Came out, I think, yesterday. It's entitled "What the Cuban Missile Crisis Can Teach the U.S. About How to Deal with Russia and Ukraine." What did Bobby Kennedy, what did Jack Kennedy teach us?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look back at what happened in the Cuban Missile Crisis, plenty of people thought that making any sort of compromise with the Russians was appeasement, that it was a surrender, that I mean, he had, I think if LBJ had even become president a few years earlier, it's possible that we wouldn't be having this conversation, because if you read the Robert Carroll books about President Johnson, he has he was pushing very hard in some of those meetings. This makes us look weak. We can't do that. And similarly, on the
he was siding with Curtis LeMay.
Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly.
Let's go in there and finish the Russians. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. That we should be hitting the missile sites in Cuba. And similarly, on the Soviet side, that Khrushchev talks about it. I have a long quote from him at the end of the article about all the people who thought that he was surrendering to Western imperialism by making the deal that he did. And I think that actually there's a strange way in which what's happening now is kind of a role reversed version of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because in both cases you have a less powerful, more vulnerable country, Cuba or Ukraine, that has a entirely legitimate fear of its great power neighbor. In the Cuban case, the U.S. had the year before had sponsored an unsuccessful invasion at the Bay of Pigs. There have been numerous attempts to do things like assassinate Fidel Castro. And in
Operation Mongoose.
Yeah, exactly. And then in the Ukrainian case, there was Russia, seizing back Crimea. There had been a civil war since 2014 with Russian-backed separatists who were basically acting as Russian agents, controlling some, relatively small but still controlling parts of the country that couldn't be dislodged. So, in both cases, fearing future aggression from a great power neighbor was rational, and in both cases, the less powerful country turned to the great power rival for some kind of military alliance, to try to give them some protection. That in the Cuban case, the attempt is to, what they did was invite the Soviet Union to put nuclear missiles on their territory, which would be, to actually have a nuclear deterrent against, future U.S. invasion. And in the Ukrainian case, there's an attempt to do the equivalent, that if Ukraine, not that it was going to be approved anytime soon in any case, but one of the issues was Ukraine pursuing NATO membership, which, if that was ever successful, that would have a very similar effect, because it would mean that any aggression against Ukraine would trigger a direct conflict between nuclear powers. To trigger Article 5 of the NATO Charter, saying that every member state has to treat an attack on every other member state as an attack on them. In both cases, it's not that this is the only issue by a long shot. I mean, again, in both cases, the aggression by the regional power happened before they turned to this. But in both cases, this was, this is part of a series of events that led to really dangerous escalation between the major powers, which I think in some ways it's actually bizarre to me that if you go and scroll down the New York Times website right now, you'll see so little about this, since this is I think this is by far, conservatively at the very least, the most danger that we've been in of direct war with Russia since the Cuban Missile Crisis. In some ways, actually worse. I mean, if you think about stuff
and with leaders here who have not been tempered by war the same way Khrushchev and
Kennedy were. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's right. That both of them were involved in different ways in their country's military during World War II. I think that's right, and I think that and you know, even back like months ago, there were some things that had happened that were, you know, like extreme forms of escalation that there were, you know, there were New York Times stories at that time about U.S. intelligence providing, you know, direct logistical support, intelligence support to Ukrainian operations to sink Russian ships, assassinate Russian generals. So you know, if you think about the comparison with the Cuban Missile Crisis, in some ways that's even more worried. I mean, the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know, the KGB wasn't providing direct intelligence to Cuba to help them to, you know, to sink one of the American ships embargo in Cuba or assassinate an American general, and then openly bragging about it to Pravda. And then much more recently, I mean, just now, you know, the Russians, you know, I mean, Putin has engaged in a fairly, you know, is engaged in a really extreme new escalation, you know, by formally annexing bits and pieces of Ukraine that are held by the United States, which makes it like really hard to see, you know, what like a permanent peace deal could look like. Because I mean, the Ukrainians, you know, can't and won't, you know, accept that. But I was just going to say, I mean, I think that the big takeaway for me here is just, I don't know, and neither does anybody else, like what could actually emerge if everybody sat down to talk. It's possible that like just nothing could, you know, that like it's possible that the worst case scenario, all the most cynical things people say about this are true. But I think given how dangerous the situation has become, I think we should all be fairly outraged that everybody, you know, at least as far as we know publicly, has not done that. Because nobody around the world who would be killed in the event that this escalated to the point of all-out war between the major powers. I mean, nobody's been consulted about this. We didn't take a vote about whether we were willing to take that risk.
The worst case scenario has already happened. 16 million Ukrainians have lost their homes. Far more than 6 million refugees have left Ukraine. Blackstone is already meeting with Zelensky to rebuild Ukraine. The worst has already happened. Kennedy did not want war.
Mm-hmm.
And he arranged for face saving for Russia. They made a secret deal that, you know, you give us a public win today, you pull the missiles out, we'll remove the missiles. I think in Turkey, we had some missiles in Turkey. Is that? But that was done sub rosa. It was all about face saving, and they didn't want war. Khrushchev didn't want war. There was a mini coup, we think, during the Cuban Missile Crisis in Russia, where he temporarily lost power because the hardliners did want a war. But Khrushchev and Kennedy did not want a war. Did Biden and Blinken want a war?
I'm sure they don't, but at the same time,
really, you don't think? Let me run a couple of questions.
Sure. Go
and
for it.
Stay off the chat. Stay away from the chat room, please.
Okay. Now I want to see what's going on there, but okay.
Please. So let me ask you some short questions.
Sure.
We had Colonel Dick Black on the show. And he's now, a lot of people love him. A lot of my listeners love him. A lot of them thought I was rude to him.
Okay.
I want to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
That I asked him, and I want to find out what you think you know.
Sure.
Okay. Do you think, given what you now know, do you think Biden could have stopped Putin from invading Ukraine by promising no NATO for Ukraine and we'll negotiate the Donbass? Do you think that would have stopped the invasion?
I think there's a very good chance it would have.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was going to say earlier.
Let me ask you a couple.
Okay, sure.
Because I was told that these were rude gotcha questions.
Okay.
So, and stay off the chat, please. forget Russiagate. I would assume you don't believe, we both believe that Hillary lost the election by herself. She didn't need Putin. Do you believe that Vladimir Putin has spent close to $500 billion in the past couple of years disrupting Western democracy in order to prop up authoritarian regimes like in Hungary, France? Was he behind Brexit? Has he been propping up the Republican Party and the NRA? I'm not talking about throwing elections, but has he been doing what we do?
Sure. So I can't speak to that specific, like that's the first time. Sure. Well, I was going to say, that's the first time I've heard that specific dollar estimate, so I can't tell you about that. I do think, look, sure. Does the Russian government spend money on trying to influence other people's elections? Of course they do. They have that they are they willing to are they willing to make all sorts of alliances with both that might in some cases actually work out to be good, if there's some like Latin American, government that might be menaced by the United States, that Russia might make an enemy of an enemy agreement with them, and that wouldn't be a bad thing. But do they also support plenty of right wing and even and authoritarian parties?
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Did Marine Le Pen visit?
How much difference it makes to the outcome of those elections, I think, is a separate question. But sure, I mean, is there an attempt to exert influence on whoever they think would be an enemy if they're primary enemies? Of course they do.
Okay, so in America, do you think the Republican Party is in the thrall of Putin?
No, I don't. I think that
you don't think he's bankrolling a lot of these?
I think. Well, let's be really specific about this, because I think that if you look, for example, at the vote on the $40 billion in new aid to Ukraine that happened a little while ago, there were Republicans who voted against that, but also most of them in the leadership supported it.
It's hard, but okay.
And by the way,
it's hard to vote against that.
Okay, I guess, but I mean, I'm just saying that that doesn't sound very in the thrall to me. I mean, if somebody's in your thrall and they're voted to spend tens of billions of dollars to kill your soldiers, I don't think it's a very effective thrall. Also, one thing I would say about that vote that's significant is that I think the ones who did vote against it, I don't think really get any points for being big peaceniks, because if you look at their statements about it, with one weird exception, the craziest one of all is the exception to this, but with one exception, they didn't, like, nobody used the word like de-escalation or negotiation when they were explaining their no votes. Mostly they said that going after Russia was a distraction from going after China.
Okay. So do you think Putin's money, do you think the oligarchs in Russia have, I've read that 80% of Russia's assets have been offshored, and that it's wreaking havoc in our financial markets and our polity, that they are buying up think tanks along with Russian real estate, along with American real estate, and that people like Trump and other Republican businessmen and Democratic businessmen are salivating over that money and will do something for it. Do you believe that?
Do I believe which part exactly? That they?
Do you believe that Trump was salivating over dirty oligarch money from Russia?
Look, I'm sure Trump would not be above making deals with all of those people and like try to make money off of it. I will say though that I think that one thing that is a little bit strange about the record here is that, as hard as this is to remember, like Trump was actually significantly more aggressive towards Russia in his foreign policy than Obama was in his. In fact,
he wanted to dissolve NATO.
During the
he wanted to dissolve NATO.
Well, I don't think he did, but also he
He
had
did. He said he wanted to get rid of NATO. What could be more?
Obama wasn't willing to sell heavy weaponry to Ukraine. Trump was. Obama was a lot more hands off in Syria than Trump was.
Trump held up.
Trump was also a lot more aggressive in opposing the Nord Stream pipeline to Germany. That
Trump held up money he wouldn't give money to Zelensky. That's why he was impeached.
Yeah, but why not?
Because he wanted dirt on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a yes, there is a negotiated thing where he had a.
Let's debate. Let's do a show. I want to debate.
He was willing to, he was willing to do that as a pressure tactic. But overall, in terms of U.S. involvement in Ukraine, Trump was way more of a hawk than Obama was. As hard as it is to remember, the whole time Obama was president, one of the big Republican talking points on foreign policy is that he was too soft on Putin. Remember the 2012 general election debate where they had the question about the greatest geopolitical threat to the U.S. Obama said global warming, which was good. And Romney said Russia. There was like a week when all of liberal America made fun of him for saying Russia because Mitt Romney is still stuck in the Cold War.
I remember Obama said the 1960s called. They want your foreign policy back. I remember. We have to wrap it up. I'm ready to debate you now. After a couple of years, I'm like I want to. We should debate. I think I'm ready to lose to you.
No, that's not how that goes.
Okay, and the last question.
Sure.
The CIA blowing up the pipelines in the Baltic.
Yeah.
Here's what I've noticed.
Sure.
When I hear your friend Charlie Kirk,
yes, good friend, yep,
say he thinks the CIA did it. When I hear Tucker Carlson say he thinks the CIA did it. When I hear right-wingers on Fox News say the CIA was behind this. Am I wrong to consider the source and then think otherwise?
I don't think the fact that they think the CIA did it is a reason to think that the CIA did it. I don't take anything those people you just listed to say seriously in any subject. That has no evidential value at all. But I also don't think it's a good idea to just hear your political enemies say something and conclude that the opposite must be true. I think that's a methodology that leads you into some pretty goofy places. I think. Look, I mean, it's recently come out. It's been widely reported in the mainstream press that the culprit seems to have been, involved at least in elements of the Ukrainian government. Not necessarily Zelensky, because like part of the deal there is that there are different elements of that's much less of a unified government.
That would make sense to me. That would
people think it is. I will also say the one thing that never made sense to me was the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline for some reason. That seemed very unlikely. But yeah, I mean, I think that. I think that obviously Charlie Kirk and Fox News and all those people, they're, as my wife said to me when I was in like the sort of break between the main part of my debate with Charlie Kirk and the sort of post-game part that they did. And she came up and I was still sitting there and
sewing your upper eyebrow.
And she leaned over and muttered, "This guy's a fucking idiot." Was the exact quote from Dr. Jennifer Burgess. But like, it's so look, I don't think that you should believe anything because those guys say it. But I also don't think it's a good idea to just go through life automatically putting a plus wherever they put a minus and vice versa. Especially because where those guys put a plus and where they put a minus has a lot to do with what the partisan valences of this stuff at any given time. I mean, it's like, look at the difference. Look at all the like surveillance stuff that like all the Fox News people said when Bush was president that if you were against it, you were basically on the side of Al Qaeda. And then when Obama was president, suddenly they thought they had major civil liberties concerns. And then all that stuff went away again, when Trump was president. I mean, they're clowns, but you shouldn't say, oh, whatever the opposite of what these guys say is true. Because, I mean, like sometimes the sort of like their own incredibly stupid, hacky partisan reasons for saying things, sometimes they'll say true things. Most of the time they'll probably say bullshit, but I think we should figure out what makes sense to us without checking in on what they think first.
Right. We've been talking with Professor Ben Burgis, author of Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. To be continued. I find this CIA blowing up the pipelines disconcerting.
Fair enough.
Coming from the right. And there's
Sure.
I know the CIA, we just talked about what they try to kill Castro. I know they do those things. Thank you, Professor.
If DeSantis is president in 2025, they will all recover their love for the CIA and the FBI as if nothing had ever happened.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, comedian.
Joining us is Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. He's a Freudian psychoanalyst. And also with us is Ethan Hirschenfeld, the author of, hang on.
Hello. Am I visible? What's going on with my camera?
Today Is Now, author of Today Is Now.
Hello.
You can't, are you, well, I know what are you using OBS?
I don't know what OBS is.
That looks like the OBS insignia.
What the hell is happening? This has never happened before.
That looks like one of the tattoos on the arms of the Azov Brigade and the Wagner Group.
What the
Take that off.
How do I, what's happening?
I don't know. Can you start your video?
I have started it. Now I'm going to stop my video and I disappear. Okay. I'm going to just go away. I'll come back.
No, it's okay. We can hear your voice. You can play the role of God.
Yeah, but I'd like to see him. Could try once more. Come on.
All right.
I get inspiration from looking at it.
There I am. But I'm just gonna leave and come back, like full on leave.
Okay, full on. Right.
So, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Yes, Dr. Feldman.
Thank you for calling me that. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. I said to my son, we have to talk every day from now on. What was happening was everything, there you are.
There he is.
What was happening every time we talked, it would be for like an hour and it was nonstop jokes. And what began to happen is I don't have the energy to talk to, I don't have an hour and I can't keep making jokes. And I said, let's have shorter conversations, check in for, 3 or 4 minutes each day. I cannot believe that I'm saying this to a child of mine, that I can, let's talk 5 minutes today.
How about this? The jokes can be a defense against real intimacy.
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes intimacy can actually be a defense against jokes.
True.
Sometimes what people are really trying to get to is the humor, and they just get stuck in all of the caressing.
That's a good point.
If you had told me when my kid was yay high, that I would think, I don't have time to talk to him today. Or it's like, I go, you're out of the question. But there comes a time when how often should a father talk to a son?
Whenever they misbehave, that's it.
Do you I don't want to ask personal questions.
No. We call each other.
Call each other.
But he has a very particular style. My father is an interesting combination of a deep listener and conversationalist and an impatient practitioner of the OCD arts. So at a certain point in a conversation, he will go, okay. And it's never good to talk to you. It's always this. I got a thing I got to do.
Right.
Yeah.
I got agenda.
Yeah, I got to. Okay, I gotta move along.
This is why it's better for families to live on top of one another. This is what I in my previous life, I said nobody leaves. Everybody stays here. You don't need to go off. Just stay here. We'll all live on top of one another. And that way you're spending quantity time instead of quality time. And I think that's better.
It's also, I think it increases the likelihood of having quality time, because what are the odds that any given hour will have quality in it? Right. So just increase the denominator. And yeah, I think that's a good approach. That's also the origin of the bunk bed. And you can really stack the family members. Just keep it very vertical. You can have a house that's just 8 feet wide, no problem. Just.
I saw some pictures, Dr. Hirschenfeld, of the blackout in Cuba, and they were playing games, dominoes, and it was just I'm sure they were frustrated. It sure seemed that it was a slower pace with a lot less aggravation.
And much more community. We don't have so much community here.
Right.
Or if we do, you got to purposely work at it. But, you know, when people have very little but each other, and they live close by each other, I think there are benefits to that we do not get.
Mm-hmm.
They also have the benefit of still driving cars in which you can procreate in the back seat. Those things,
Right.
There's no car. Try to procreate in a Prius. Good luck. You can't even jerk off in one of those things.
Hey, this is a family show, isn't it, David?
No, not that kind of family.
Yeah. Yes. I apologize, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, for the filth emanating from my guest. Show a little respect.
Ethan wanted me to tell a story.
Good.
Tonight.
On Sukkot. It's not Sukkot yet. When is that? That's like in 10 days, right?
No, it's this Sunday night. So we're
Oh my
almost.
God. It's perfect. It's perfect. David, I hate to ruin a good joke by saying this is the funniest joke you're ever going to hear, but I'm going to ruin this by saying this story is, I predict within 3 minutes, you're actually going to fall out of your chair. You're going to love this story.
So this is.
Let me back up and say the Sukkah for the Gentiles in the audience is what's known as it's sort of like a taco truck without the truck. It's just a what?
A booth.
A booth, a coop. It's like a chicken coop, except there's no chicken. There's just squash and gourds.
And a citron. Isn't there like a lemon type fruit?
Yes, yeah,
That's right.
You're supposed to live or at least eat in these booths through the holiday of Sukkot to remember that this is what our forefathers lived in when they escaped from Egypt.
It was right in between escaping from Egypt and developing lots of condos. This is what they were doing in that interval.
But I would assume some people live in the booth.
Yeah. And you're supposed to have a roof. The whole thing's supposed to be impermanent, and you're supposed to be able to see the stars up through the roof. So it's like a lattice work. So this story is called The Great Sukkah Caper of approximately 1952, let's say. I can't be exactly sure. But I was a kid. Let me start by saying I was not a nice kid. I had many faults. I was greedy. I was fat. I couldn't get enough to eat. So our conservative temple had this beautiful sukkah every year, which probably fit 200 people who could all participate. And for weeks before Sukkot, all the Hebrew school children would spend their time stringing various type of candies. I specifically remember Hershey's Kisses in those tin foils. And they would string them and they would hang them from the roof of the sukkah, and all sorts of other candies, none of which was I allowed to eat at home because I was fat. So my mother and I had this constant warfare. Whenever she bought cookies or cake, she would hide it somewhere in the kitchen and I would go find it and eat it. So one Sukkot, a bunch of us, and I don't remember if I was the ringleader, but a bunch of us, they say 6, 11, or 12-year-old kids, start thinking we would like that candy. How are we going to get it? So it was a Saturday afternoon. We drove our bikes up behind the temple. We climbed up on the roof and started pulling the candy out and stuffing it in our mouths or stuffing it in our pockets. And it was a lot of fun. And when we got as much as we could possibly eat and carry, we clambered down the side of the sukkah. And then we were suddenly struck with fear. Oh my God, we're going to get caught. They're going to kill us. But nevertheless, we all split up. We rode home. We probably secreted the candy here and there so our parents wouldn't see it. But there was this constant anxiety all day long. I'm going to get caught. And then there was a miracle, a second miracle of Sukkot. The first miracle, I guess, was the splitting of the Red Sea. This was a much later miracle. That night in northeastern Pennsylvania, very far away from the coast or any large bodies of water, there was a hurricane. It blew down the entire sukkah, flat as a pancake, because I went to visit it. And this crime, and probably until now somebody's going to pinch me. This crime until now was never discovered. No one even thought that anything like that happened. And that was the Sukkot caper of
70 years to the day.
Yes.
Today is the 70th anniversary of that hurricane.
So do you think God sent that hurricane to help you? A lot of people.
Do you think the CIA blew up those pipelines? I think
God.
God blew down the damn sukkah. Yes. Because he knew how penitent I was and how I wished above all wishes that I had never gotten engaged in this. Right?
So have you held that guilt for all these years?
That's a good question. You know, I think guilt is probably one of those everlasting things that you can mitigate it a little. And I can come up with reasons why there should be a statute of limitations on this crime. But probably down deep, you know, there's at least a smidgen of that guilt. Yes.
Can I ask you a personal, let me ask Ethan a personal question.
Yes.
You volunteered that you were, you had a weight problem when you were a kid. You couldn't wait to eat. So what do you think your grandmother did right? Because your father is in great shape.
Oh.
So what would you say it was good parenting that got him healthier, or his own self-motivation?
Good question.
Without getting personal.
No. I'm tempted to
get personal.
I'm tempted to crack a joke, but instead, I don't know how related this is, but she was in the most extreme way a child of the Depression. And she was an oldest sibling and she had to have a lot of responsibility in the Depression. So I remember as a kid visiting there, and she would actually water down the milk to like stretch the milk. And she would save the salt from the pretzels, literally save the salt from the pretzels under the sink to then use on the stairs when they froze in the winter.
Wow.
So there was probably something like
I find that beautiful.
Yeah, me too. I'm a fan of that, all those things. But I think that might have had something to do with your food, Mishigas, because there had to be a sense of lack, or a sense of, you know, I know someone else who told me about this. He was hanging out with a friend whose father had been in the war, and they went for a hike. And the way the father was distributing little pieces of snacks or chocolate during this long hike was making him ravenous. So I think there's a way that someone who is convinced that they don't have enough could make the people around them extremely hungry. And that could lead to a kid wanting to just binge and eat everything in sight. Because the parents give off this feeling like, you know, we might not have any more food tomorrow. So that's my little theory.
Well, the three things I think that we lie to ourselves and others about is sex, food, and money. Which I was going to go for a chocolate. What do they give? Forget it. I was going to make it. But with food, I find if I'm living with somebody else and they bring food into the apartment, I want it. I want, especially sweets. Living with other people makes it very, there's too much temptation to eat their food. But if I live alone, I have a very disciplined. What are your insights, Dr. Hirschenfeld, in all seriousness, about hunger and
Food represents other things. It can represent love, for example.
Yeah, like if a chocolate is shaped like a heart, that's food representing love.
So sometimes if you're feeling a lack of something emotional, you can fill yourself up with food as a substitute. The other issue is, you know, foie gras.
Yes.
Now it's made in this very inhumane way of stuffing food down the goose's gullet. But the Israelis found a much more humane way to make it. They feed a flock of geese or ducks till they stop eating. And then they bring in a hungry flock of geese or ducks and mix it in with the full flock. Those ducks start eating. The other ducks who are completely filled start stuffing themselves.
Wow.
And
That's amazing.
I've noticed this in myself. I'm a fairly disciplined eater. But if I go out, especially in a big family group, all bets are off. It's something about that group phenomenon and everybody eating and eating different things.
I think it's a primitive competitive instinct. It all goes. It's a very early man. Didn't have a lot to eat. If someone's eating, it's just a natural instinct to eat what they're eating.
It's so interesting that they figured that out.
The other way the Israelis figured out to get the geese who are stuffed to keep eating is through guilt. What, you're just going to let that sit there? You're not going to help? So I cooked all day and you're not going to eat it? Fine. Who's going to eat it? Eat it.
They're starving geese in Europe.
Right. Fragua could be a Yiddish word. Right?
Oh, I heard someone made a great mistake today that I loved. So our little dog's name is Fafner, and for short it's Fafi. But this vet called her Farfel. Farfel, which is a very cute name for a dog.
Right.
It's like a little, it's not a dumpling, it's like a little bit of it's like a little carbohydrate.
Yeah.
It's matzah farfel. It's just broken up matzah into little bits. But there was a children's book. The hero of the book was Farfel the goat.
Oh, the yodeling goat? Was that Farfel the yodeling goat?
I'm not sure about
No, that was someone else, the yodeling goat. Yeah. Oh, so Farfel, yeah, okay.
How was yesterday? What, did you go to services? Did you stay home?
I can't speak for the doctor, but I could tell you I didn't pray, I didn't atone, I didn't fast, and yet it seems so far that I was written into the book of life.
Good work.
At least so far.
The Bitter End does a jazz. I was going to send you the link. The Bitter End does a jazz service. Unbelievable.
Wow.
I fasted and I read.
Nice.
But I drank coffee. I had 2 cups of coffee. Is that bad?
That's fine.
It's not following the whole rules. Now, I know somebody who gets a headache from lack of caffeine on Yom Kippur. So he takes caffeine pills.
Cheating.
Yeah.
Cheat.
Well, but it's not as bad as drinking a cup of coffee.
It's worse. And let me explain why. From the perspective of the rabbinic tradition, when we get into the subject of medicamenti. No, I don't know. I think I fasted a few times in my life on that big fast day, but I just didn't have it in me. Not motivated.
All those years being sent to a yeshiva and it made you less devout?
I'm not devout. I don't have a devout bone in my body.
So what was
have that gene, really?
Well, and what was the thinking? He gets the education. I don't care if he believes in any of that stuff, just as long as he gets the education.
That was my approach. I'm not sure it was the smartest thing in the world to do, but that's what I was thinking.
Right. What are you reading?
I'm reading something I'm really enjoying. It's called the Stone Raft. It's by that Portuguese novelist Saramago, who wrote Blindness, which was amazing. I recommend it to anyone. Saramago, and I think he won the Nobel Prize and then died about 20 years ago. But this is a crazy, weird novel. And the premise is some guy is walking on the beach and he throws a stone. And then shortly thereafter, the Iberian Peninsula starts to separate from Europe. Weird geological thing happens. And then the question is he to blame? Was it because of that stone? It's funny.
Now, do you finish novels?
I finish novels, yeah.
And how many novels would you say you read a year? Are you a fast reader?
I'm not a fast reader. No, I would say maybe 30, 25, 30, maybe in a year. I read another one that was short the other day, which took me a few days, but it's called The Woman in the Purple Skirt. It's a Japanese novel. It's very short and bizarre, but I'm a fan of it.
And do you get overwhelmed by books? And it sounds like you have the courage of your convictions. You pick a book, you're monogamous, you stick with it, and you see it all the way through.
No. I'll quit. I'm happy to quit or put it down and move on to something else. Yeah, I have a stack of books. And
Dr. Hirschenfeld, what are you reading?
That's genetic. I've got a stack of books by my bedside also. And I've read anywhere from, 10% to 60% of any of them. And, maybe I'll get through them, maybe I won't. As I get older, by the way, and I don't know if this is an eyesight thing or a brain thing or what the hell it is, but my reading capacity has decreased tremendously. I listen to books. And
are you watching television?
I'm not a big TV watcher. No. I watched the other night I have two favorite movies, The Godfather, of course, and When Harry Met Sally. So I watched When Harry Met Sally the other night for the 8th time, maybe, who knows. I love it every time.
The best Woody Allen movie ever directed by Rob Reiner.
I wanted to mention this. I recommended this interview to the doctor, but I wanted to recommend it to all your listeners. I thought it was just genius. And I'm ashamed I haven't gone to see the film yet, but it's this movie Bros, this romantic comedy by Billy Eichner. Billy Eichner, who's hilarious, Billy on the Street. If you don't know that show, you should watch it. But he made a romantic comedy and Judd Apatow produced it, and it's a gay romantic comedy. And he's interviewed by David Remnick on the New Yorker Radio Hour over the weekend. And I just thought Eichner came off as so smart and funny and knowledgeable, and it was just so impressive. So I am going to go see it in the theaters, and that I recommend people do that just because it didn't do well at the box office, which was a big disappointment, because the idea was that they could make a romantic comedy that happened to be gay that would still work for big audiences.
I listened to that interview, your recommendation. I thought it was terrific.
Great. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, always great to see you.
Yes.
Hirschenfeld, everybody go buy. Let's make this a bestseller.
Today is now. Today is now. And Today is now. Audiobook coming soon, but Today is now on Amazon, The Evil Empire. And there it is. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to have to convince me of that CIA thing, though. I'm still not convinced.
I don't believe. Do you believe the CIA would have blown up?
No.
Me?
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I don't believe it.
Good.
I don't think they're capable. I don't think they're good. They have the smarts to do it.
Good night.
Good night. I think maybe Professor Burgess said something interesting.
Oh, I see.
About it being Ukraine, like rogue elements of the
Oh.
Ukrainian army.
I would assume it was the Russians.
Well,
Hey, Emil. Toodaloo. Nice to see you.
thank you so much.
Bye. Thanks.
Guillermo joins us with the answer: who blew up the pipelines? Are you also, I think, Dan, are you going to step in later on for a quiz?
Yes, sir. I am ready when you are.
Okay, why don't we
Do I
talk?
get to be part of the quiz?
You get to, yeah, we're going to do 20 minutes
Okay. All right.
and then we'll do a quiz and I'll kick your ass. Who blew up the pipelines? That's one of the questions on the quiz. Who blew up the pipelines?
Simu Lee or Simu Liu.
Who's that?
He's the Asian American superstar of the moment. Simu Liu. He's in everything now. Celebrity Jeopardy. He's my lucky charm. That's what was going to get me over today on today's quiz.
I have some good news. Rusty Schweiker, Apollo 8 or 9, will be doing the show Monday, October 10th. Peter B. Collins is bringing him in. Wow.
Wow, that's good.
Big.
Good.
An Apollo astronaut. I want to say 8, but maybe it's 9.
8.5. Make it a Fellini type thing.
Rusty Schweiker is doing it. This is big for me. Anytime I can talk to an Apollo astronaut, they are giants among men. They really are. They're.
It takes a lot to be an astronaut.
But these guys were right.
Yeah, I mean it's a different crowd. Not many Filipinos amongst them. There are a handful of Asian American astronauts, but not of the level of Schweiker.
Now Tang is a dynasty. Does that count for anything?
Tang, you mean the drink?
The drink.
The drink. Yeah, Tang, the orange juice of champions. The faux orange juice.
I read that actually Tang, they stopped drinking Tang in outer space because somebody threw it up, and it was a nightmare.
Do they still make it? Because that was, for years, that's what my mom gave me. Because of the astronauts, because of the space program, we got Tang. That was our nutrition. Good enough for the astronauts, you're drinking Tang. I never had any orange juice. Pulp, no pulp, no. Tang. Always Tang.
Yeah.
So
but apparently throwing up Tang is a very unpleasant experience. So John Fetterman is running against Dr. Oz.
Oh, yeah.
Some new studies out that Oz was experimenting on hundreds of dogs unnecessarily.
More than 300. That is true. That is something that, now I'm speaking not as
hang on. You are the host of the PETA podcast, right. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals.
The views expressed here are my own. PETA was there fighting Oz back then, and they won. I think that Oz is a little disingenuous when his spokesperson came out today and said Oz wasn't in the operation room or he wasn't there. It was his project. These are his, this is his research. He signs the line. But he doesn't do it now, but he did it then. And, he's got to cop to it. There is a way to deal with it if he was honest and ethical, but he's just trying to avoid the hit. And he it would be much better if he just said, yeah, I was an experimenter. I was a vivisector. I killed all these dogs. I don't do it now. At least we don't know. He could just say, he could just be honest. Right now, I just sell lousy diet pills to people who may or may not need them. I don't harm dogs. I harm real animals, human beings, by selling them things on the internet that I, may or may not, test or may or may not have any knowledge of. But it's true. Me, as Dr. Oz, I experimented on dogs. He should just come clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so David, it's October.
Rocktober. It's Rocktober.
No. It's Filipino American History Month.
Yes, that too.
And this is a significant, because usually, October. It's October. Emil's going to talk about Filipino American History Month. He's probably going to talk about his birthday month. That's why, or he's going to talk about Larry Itliong or something or he's going to talk about the first Filipinos to come to America in 1587, Morro Bay, California. They jumped ship. But no, I've got a new tidbit for you and your listeners. That could be a new quiz. You are familiar with the Dred Scott decision, right?
Yes. Chief Connie, I believe, wrote it.
Judge Roger Taney. Well, is it Taney or Taney?
I thought it was Tawny Katane, I think.
Yeah, Johnny reminds me of some starlet. Taney reminds me of an old grizzled white Supreme Court justice. Anyway, 1857 for that. And whether you're young and don't know it because your school doesn't teach history, or you're older because you have forgotten about history, you'll recall that the Dred Scott decision, and we mention this too also because this is the start, October, of the latest session of the Supreme Court of the United States. This was known, the Dred Scott decision was known as the worst, the most racist case ever, opinion ever that came out of the Supreme Court. You'll recall it deals with an African American slave who was allowed to go to Illinois where he was a free man, then went back to Missouri where he began his journey and was sued the state of Missouri for his freedom. And he lost. And Roger Taney wrote the opinion. The Filipino-American history bit was the basis, the justification for the Dred Scott decision was an 1840 decision by Taney on a case involving one Lorenzo Dow, D-O-W, Dow, and he was a Filipino-American. Now, what does a Filipino, well, he was a Filipino in America. What does a Filipino, Lorenzo Dow, have to do with Dred Scott? Lorenzo Dow was convicted of murder. He was a Filipino, was on the high seas. He was a mariner. Filipinos, look, I'm such a landlubber. I'm a poor swimmer. I hate boats. But back then, Filipinos were all about the boats. They were mariners. They were on an American flagship, and he was accused of killing one of the heads of the ship. And he was convicted of murder in Maryland. Act was in the high seas. He went to Maryland. He was convicted. Roger Taney got the case, and he said, and in the decision, and this is important for people who want to check it out, U.S. v. Dow, Roger Taney explains the basis for white supremacy. And he says, because only Europeans, white Christian Europeans were allowed to come to America and participate in politics and society. They were the master race. And anyone else could not testify against these people. Anyone else they were inferior. Those were the words of Roger Taney. And that decision was the basis for the conviction of Dow to be upheld in 1840. And then later on, when Taney got the Dred Scott decision, he looks back at all the previous jurisprudence and says, oh, here's Dred Scott. Is he a free man? No. And the Dow decision is the basis of that. One of the few, it's a Filipino in America who decides really white supremacy is the rule of the land here in the United States, and that Filipinos in America, all people of color, including Native Americans, African Americans, they could not participate in society because they weren't white Christians. This was the land of white Christians. That was really the upshot of Dow, of the U.S. v. Dow, which then became the basis of the Dred Scott decision. So I bring it up because it's a really fine point of Filipino history in America, but it's critical when you think of how race is still an issue here in America. And you ask people what the Dred Scott decision, was, or what did it do? And I bet you, if you do a jaywalking segment, you ask people what the Dred Scott decision was, and I bet you very few people would even be able to say what it was about. Something with slavery, something with the Civil War,
Mm-hmm.
They still teach history. Anyway.
Interesting.
U.S. v. Dow. It's one of those things that you can go to a bar and say, what do the Filipinos and all people of color, including African Americans, what was the law that put us all together? And the basis of that law, it was a decision by this guy Taney, who was very, instrumentally involved in the Dred Scott decision the decision that really set off the abolitionists, set off the beginning of the Civil War. I mean, Dred Scott, everyone should know the Dred Scott decision, but, we'll have to wait until, what's his name? Ken Burns does a movie about him.
Right.
Because it just won't matter. People won't say.
You know about David Rubenstein's friend, Ken Burns?
David Rubin. That's right. David Rubenstein's friend, Ken Burns. I know, I knew you were going to say that, when I started watching it, and then I got to the middle of the second part of that series, and then we came on and we talked about it, and I couldn't watch it again. I just kept thinking about David Rubenstein.
David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group is the biggest war profiteer in the world.
Yeah.
And he funds Ken Burns's projects.
Yeah, well, it's you should be able to look aside. This is one thing that my meditation has helped me. I can look aside people I don't like. I can love them, but I don't have to like them. And then
He's a mixed bag, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm just saying that I guess you could be so, to the letter. I'm not going to, it's going to determine everything I do. I'm going to be consistent. It's hard to be consistent. But you might be able to say, well, if Ken Burns is saying something that's important, maybe I could look aside.
But what is he not saying?
Well, that
not saying.
If Rubenstein is funny, there must be things he's not saying. That Rubenstein's in control, and there are things that he's saying. So you raise a good point. I think that this is a personal decision, a personal matter, but I did stop. I did stop watching the second episode. I said, I know enough.
Why did Joe Biden spend Thanksgiving last year at David Rubenstein's home? I believe in Narragansett, in Rhode Island, I think.
Rhode Island, yeah. I don't know. I just...
And then we mysteriously are funding the war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
What do you think?
About what, the war in Ukraine, or about David Rubenstein? Or about Biden being connected there?
So let me ask you about Ukraine.
Yeah.
What do you believe? Because I don't know the answers. I know what I feel in my heart. What I feel in my heart is, if Tucker Carlson, Charlie Kirk, and Fox News believe one thing,
you got to be the opposite.
Believe the opposite.
You got to be the opposite.
If they're rooting for Putin, I don't think that's...
Look, if you presume that everyone's dirty, then you can get into some of the gray areas. I think one of the problems is, or the basic question is, does a nation have a right to go in and take over the land of a sovereign?
No.
And, there's just, I don't think there's any justification for that. And that's your basic question. Once you get into that, and if you answer that, I think you have to...
You're a journalist. You are an actual journalist. So
I haven't covered Ukraine, but I've talked about it. And okay, go ahead. What's your question?
I had this, somebody brought on Colonel Dick Black, former Virginia state senator, who has now said he thinks it's a sure bet that the CIA blew up the pipelines working with the State Department.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him a couple of questions. What else do you believe? This was on Monday. And
this says Jeff, sorry.
Yeah, and a lot of people appreciated that I asked those questions, but I got some pushback that I was being rude, that was irrelevant. Don't you think, as a journalist, if somebody thinks it's a sure bet that the CIA blew up the pipeline, that you should find out what else they believe?
Well,
isn't that
telling?
Isn't that important?
Slightly irrelevant. If you just want to focus on the question at hand, it might get you in a roundabout way to a broader context of what this guy's about, how
Right.
consistent he is. But I would say if he's insisting on that, I'd like to see the proof. And then
He's not insisting. He's just saying it's a sure bet. And other people,
sure bet. Okay.
other
all right.
people on the right are saying this.
All right. Sure bet is essentially an opinion. And if it's a reported opinion based on something credible, then that's newsworthy. If it's a reported opinion based on speculation, then it should just be labeled opinion and not news. And it's like, a lot of other journalistic tricks, headline, U.S. blew up pipeline, ? I think you give him room to get his opinion out. You have some room to save yourself from a journalistic sin. You keep pressuring to find out what the answer is. And until there's something definitive, you're just reporting someone's opinion. So I think, be polite, you can be adversarial, you just press them to get at the truth. But
I don't think people see real journalism anymore.
Well, I think
They don't see somebody being grilled and held to account. On TV, they're accustomed to somebody stating what they believe and then being shouted over. But nobody sees a journalist grilling a politician.
Well, I think there is some real journalism going on, but I also in some
Not on television.
I think the problem with television is that they're restricted by the medium. You can't show all. Well, if you've got someone really being grilled and they're making some kind of outlandish statement or error, they'll put that on, or they're saying something just like totally like incredible. Like, for example, when Scott Pelley asked Joe Biden on 60 Minutes, "Is the pandemic over?" and Joe Biden says the pandemic's over. That's not really grilling, but it is an admission. You got it out of the commander in chief of the United States that he feels that the pandemic is over, and that's news. I mean, so look, I have lots of problems with how 60 Minutes does its stuff, but like I said, you'll find some news on television, but it's harder. It costs money. You got to get the goods. You got to get. I mean, it's a visual medium, so it's easier to get real journalism in print, real journalism in, say, the New Yorker and the magazine. It's easier to get it in the daily newspaper.
Oh, you know what that sound is?
Oh,
The Quizmaster is here. Please welcome Quizmaster Dan Frankenberger. We have 10 minutes. Welcome, Dan Frankenberger. Quizmaster.
Hello. Today's quiz is brought to you by St. Jude's Hospital because of last show's David's.
Thank you.
Are they really sponsoring this?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're right.
They test on animals.
Go to www.stjudes.org and give the Don't Turn Any Children Away. There was a Danny Thomas joke last episode that has to be accounted for. For today's quiz, this iconic and macabre American short story writer, poet, and critic died in Baltimore, Maryland in 1849. Today's quiz is on Edgar Allan Poe.
Ooh.
Whoa. Let me get the sound effects machine going.
I only got one question in my pocket on Poe. Sorry, just one. That'd be tough.
Let me just. All right, I got the sound effect machine going.
Is that a raven I hear?
Nevermore.
So we have 5 questions, and Emil is going to go first. Where was Edgar born? Was it Baltimore, New York, Boston, or Pluma del Infierno?
Okay, I know he probably wasn't born in Baltimore. I bet you was born in, I'll say, New York.
He was born in New York.
The correct answer is Boston.
Good.
Poe was born in Boston, but he lived in Richmond with his foster parents. He died in Baltimore in 1849.
I'm telling you, I drive by Edgar Allan Poe Way all the time.
You do? In New York?
In New York.
Richmond?
No, they say they take credit for him. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was wrong. I guess so.
Raven droppings are in Boston. Okay.
All right.
Question number 2. David, you are first. What was Edgar's biological father's name? Was it Edgar, John, Charles, or David?
Edgar.
Emil?
So it's the choices again are Edgar what? Edgar,
John, Charles, or David?
I don't think he was a junior. I think it's Charles.
The correct answer is David.
So nobody has any points, correct?
Yeah, that's why you're not winning by that much.
Oh.
Yeah. We're zeroing out here.
Hang on, we need our. Okay.
Question number 3, Emil, you are first.
Okay.
Sick. I was sick unto death. Which story's opening line is this from? Is it The Fall of the House of Usher, The Pit and the Pendulum, The Telltale Heart, or I Brought My Shoes So I Have Them?
From the Jerky Boys.
I think it's The Telltale Heart.
David.
Give it to me again.
Sick. I was sick unto death. Which story's opening line is this from? The Fall of the House of Usher, The Pit and the Pendulum, The Telltale Heart, or I Brought My Shoes So I Have Them?
I'm going to say Telltale Heart.
The correct answer is The Pit and the Pendulum.
David. I like this, David. We're neck and neck at 0. I like
zero. This is the worst we've ever done.
I'm waiting for double jeopardy.
This is the worst we've ever done.
There's a big range in my quizzes between soft and hard, I guess. Question number 4. David, you're first. In the story The Black Cat, what was the cat's name? Was it Pluto, Patches, Milo, or Lucky?
Lucky.
I would have to say Milo.
I think he's right. Can I change my answer?
No, you cannot. And the correct answer is Pluto.
Pluto? That's Mickey's dog.
I didn't write it.
It's a planet.
This is never happened before.
We're going to break records. Question number 5, the last question. Emil is first. When did Edgar's wife die? Was it 1839, 1855, 1847, or right before he ate her?
Was her name Annabelle Lee?
No.
I think it was before the Dred Scott decision, though, in 1857. So, what were the 3 choices again?
1839, 1855, 1847, and right before he ate her.
1855. I'm going with 55.
I'm going with 1847. Well, we might have a winner here.
Her name was Virginia Eliza Clem Poe, and she died in 1847.
Wow. I won.
Wow.
Pulling it out.
1-0. Congratulations, David.
Yeah.
I was guessing there. I don't know anything about Edgar Allan Poe except, like all
the only thing I remember reading is the beginning of Lolita, where they quote a poem of Annabelle Lee. I never got
the beginning of I know the beginning of Lolita. The tip
Have
of
you
the
read?
tongue.
Lolita is great to read on an e-reader.
Yes.
Look up all the words.
I like Lolita. Hey, by the way, David, I failed to mention I am in a reading at the Theater for the New City, October 13th to the 16th. It's a virtual reading, so you could be anywhere. It's presented by New York City's Theater for the New City, October 3rd. It's Ishmael Reed, another writer of note. His play, The Conductor.
I met him. I said, "Hey, Ishmael." He said, "Call me Mr. Reed."
He said that.
He said that. I said, "Hi, Ishmael." He said, "No, call me Mr. Reed."
Wow.
What a Moby Dick he turned out to be.
I can bring him on the show. If you
Hang on. The audience was applauding. That's a 5.
Oh, I see.
Could you bring him on?
Yeah, he'd come on. He'd come on and talk about the Conductor. Actually, next week is the staged reading, October 13th through.
Why don't you bring him on?
All right, I'll ask him. I will ask him.
Interview him.
Yeah, he's one thing that made me think of him today. They gave out the Nobel Prize in Literature to Annie Ernaux, who is really a great writer, 82 years old. But does anyone know Annie Ernaux? I mean, I think more people know of Edgar Allan Poe than Annie Ernaux. Although, look, that's not a reason why someone should get the Pulitzer. I mean, that was a big debate.
Pulitzer or the Nobel?
Oh, excuse me, the Nobel. Excuse me, it's not the reason why anyone should get the Nobel because, as you know, when Dylan got the Nobel, that was a big controversy. Is it because he was popular? Because he was, really a great literary artist? Anyway, so I think Ishmael Reed, for the body of his work from the 60s to today, novels, poems, poetry, plays, librettos, I think he deserves consideration. I mean, he's a great writer. Anyway, I'm fortunate to be in his play, The Conductor, which is what happens when it's sort of like a modern day version of the Underground Railroad. But the conductor is a columnist who has to find passage for people who have trouble with race and society in America. And it's based on the, do you remember the recall effort in San Francisco that where the woke progressives from the school board and the woke the district attorney were recalled by conservatives?
Yes.
So it covers that, plus there's a twist when some of the conservative Asians who were part of this recall effort now suddenly find themselves seeking freedom. And guess what? They need to escape the United States, and they look to the conductor to help them. And so it's an interesting play. It's a reading, and readings are different from.
Hello? Hello?
What happened, David?
Did I lose you?
Well, I'm here.
Oh, readings are different from.
Oh, readings are now it says my internet is unstable. I don't know why. Readings are different from actual stage performances, because so it's a virtual reading and people anywhere can access it. Anyway, theaterforthenewcity.net. I just think that the words of the writer come through loud and clear, and people should check it out. The Conductor, theaterforthenewcity.net.
Very good. Well, we're going to take a 4-minute break. When we come back, we're going to find out if the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is joining us. We brought in our backup pastor, Dan.
Yeah, Barry's still in the Northeast, right?
Yeah, but he hasn't been feeling well. And, we have a backup pastor here.
Oh, okay. Hey, David, also, I may be in New York soon.
Okay.
So, I don't mean to excite you or anything. If you get a knock on your door, it might be.
Yeah. So, Emil, you're frozen, Emil. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Read him over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. and subscribe to his YouTube channel. Thank you, Emil.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Pastor Jonathan Conrad. Hello, sir. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, my friend. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for your kind thoughts. And I'm reaching out. It's been 3 months since, I've had some stuff. You were very kind to me, and I wanted to thank you. But more importantly, you are the backup pastor here at the David Feldman Show. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Oh, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn joins us. Let me just introduce backup pastor Jonathan Conrad, who came in second on America's Next Great Pastor. You couldn't beat the Reverend Barry W. Lynn on David Feldman Presents America's Next Great Pastor. Where's your congregation?
It is in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's St. Paul's Lutheran Church.
And how are people doing since the last time we talked? What do they need?
Well, a lot of them need a lot of psychiatric help, but aside from that, they're doing pretty well. We are recovering pretty good in this new. It's not post-COVID, but just like the next part of normal. And so people have been coming back. People have been watching us on live stream, and people are participating. And so I think we're in a good spot. I've unfortunately have a lot of pastor friends and deacon friends who have resigned from call over the last couple of years. They just had enough. And so
because of COVID, because COVID and people were afraid to show up.
It was because of COVID, but I think it was also, it was the tipping point for a lot of other issues that the church faces. And not just the church. I would think that mosques and synagogues and people of various faiths have to deal with this. When you have racial injustice, when you have gender inequity, you have politics that just seems to become the new God for many people. It was just a lot for pastors to handle and church leadership to handle, because no matter what you tried to do, you were going to make someone loudly upset. And it was a time where it felt like conversation, it was the Twitterization, the Facebookization of conversation. Everybody was just yelling at each other.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Brick Tomlin said in Anchorman, loud noises. So people were quite loud. And so we had to go through a lot, but we had a plan and we stuck to it and made adjustments along the way. But for a lot of people, I mean, I was lucky that I'm part of a staff. I've got I have an associate pastor, I have a deacon. We were always on the same page, but a lot of my friends, they're the solo pastor, or they don't have a staff. And so everything falls on their shoulders. And it was really hard from a mental health standpoint for many of them.
Right.
And so some of them have found new calls. Some have just left the ministry, if not forever, for a little while, just to kind of get their head straight and their hearts back in order.
We're talking with Pastor Jonathan Conrad. He's with St. Paul's Evangelical Lutheran Church in Wilmington, North Carolina, on 6th Street, 12 North 6th Street. You should go. Everybody should check him out. I'm going to kill the bit, Reverend. I'm going to bring you in for a second. The idea was, we used to do this at office hours, but Pastor Conrad is a real pastor and a really funny guy. And the idea was, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn joins us, and he has COVID. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot worse than I expected to feel, since I am vaccinated, I am boosted, and then last week I boosted the booster, and 2 days ago I got this thing, and all I can think of is how much worse this would be if this had happened 4 months into the pandemic,
right,
and there were no drugs to take and nobody knew what to do about it. And another thing I thought of, politicians who are equally vaccinated and boosted get this. They always issue a statement that says it is a mild case, but mine is not what I'd call a mild case. So it proves, and I don't want to disparage the clergy in general, but maybe politicians are just better people and they don't have the problems that I have now with all my antiviral drugs in me.
Are you on Paxlovid?
No, I'm on something else that's a little more benign.
Okay.
But I can't pronounce it.
The idea was that I was going to bring in the backup pastor, and then you were going to show up, and I was just going to hang up on Jonathan Conrad. And we would just continue. Goodbye. I don't need you. Bye-bye. This is something we used to do at office hours.
Yeah.
It was really funny. And I can't do that. You're such a kind man, Pastor Conrad. When my mother was sick, you kept reaching out to me, and you're a good man. You really are. St. Paul's Evangelical Lutheran Church in Wilmington, North Carolina. How funny can you be as a pastor?
I think I can be pretty funny. Well, I'd like to try to make at least the people laugh every week to kind of loosen the tension, because they have to suffer having to listen to me for 12 or 15 or 20 minutes. So you want to try to lighten the mood. I feel like if a church can make someone laugh, it brings a much needed emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I'm funny, that's another question. It depends. I think as I've gotten at this congregation now over 5 years, the people get my humor, and people are a lot more free to laugh or roll their eyes if I on purpose make a bad joke, like a dad joke, or we call them pastor jokes. So so I try to do that, but people know when I'm serious, and people know when I'm trying to ease the tension. And a lot of that is, I grew up, my idol was Robin Williams, and just his improv and the way he could really, for me, de-escalate a room. And that was always kind of my go-to.
Right.
And so that's kind of, I guess it's a strength of mine. I know Joe said, are Lutherans evangelical? Yes, but the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, that's the evangelicals that are not assholes, just to clarify. Now there are some in my brethren in the ELCA and Sistren. Is it Sistren? They say brethren. I try to be ecumenical, but I've always not liked that they've had evangelical in the name, just because for me the bad guys took it over, and it's not coming back. And so I kind of say just like the Lutheran Church in America. But so we are the more open type of denomination. If you're gay or lesbian, LGBTQIA, most of our churches are friendly. Some have it in their statements. Others just say all means all. That's what we do. All means all. And we've been really concentrating, though, not just on our LGBTQIA people who are seeking or need a place, but really to make people feel like they've been left out depending on who they voted for, if they're conservative or liberal, because I feel like that's kind of where we're going now. But I think that we're making headway. We get a lot of new people and people who are happy to be there.
You're a great, kind person, and I should have you on with Colleen next time.
Yes, absolutely. Fully clothed, of course. Yeah, that would be good.
But you're really kind, and I've been thinking about you. You reached out when my mom was sick, and you kept texting me, and I really appreciate it. And
you're welcome.
And
can I be honest with you too? I remember you shared a wonderful moment that you had with one of your comedian friends, and I really was going to take a moment tonight to offer condolences and then say, oh, by the way, I also have this script I'd like for you to read and see if you can give it to.
It's been 3 months, and I'm kind of coming out of the haze. I've been on autopilot for 3 months, and but
I got to be honest with you. I don't think you're ever fully out of the haze. I lost my dad 12 years ago, and now it's kind of a seasonal haze. Like right around his death date, I go through a kind of a bad down time.
Yeah.
So, but now it's the gut punches aren't there anymore. But there were lively action gut punches for a long time. So just know what you're going through is normal.
I'm blessed, Pastor, because I hated my mother. So
also that my prayers did work.
My mother loved this kind of stuff. I was talking to my sister. To the very end, she was making jokes. We were talking to the point where I don't want to go into specifics, where she could no longer talk. She was like making, she said something like she offered to tip the nurse $2 if she could make her feel better. And we laughed so hard. And this was like one of the last things she said. I'll give you $2 if you can make me feel better. The idea that she was willing to offer it was so funny. She wouldn't go any higher than $2. I think that's one of the last things I heard her say.
I wanted to ask Dr. Lynn something too. How are you doing, sir, from a faith perspective over the last couple of years since COVID hit? I mean, how are you doing?
No, I actually think my sense of the spiritual has actually deepened over the past 2 years. In part, it's just because as a kind of not just an acceptor of biological evolution, but I do believe that as a species, as a race, a human race, we're actually getting better, not worse. A lot of people think the opposite, but I think that when you look at the positive things that came out of this misery of the last 2.5 years, and all of the deaths and all of the bad recurrent illnesses, still, we got through this. I think we learned something from it. And I think we overall, with the exception of our non-friends on the far right, I think the church actually bucked up and did a lot of good during that period. And I did some sermons over the internet. There were interesting little things to do. And I also found that now that I've moved to Massachusetts, I don't live in DC anymore, that the people up here, various churches we were trying out, they seem to be more open to the kind of diversity you just described, not necessarily the LGBT stuff, although some are open and affirming congregations of the United Church of Christ. But I think we got through this, and we have seen that things can get better. And I believe that that's the best thing that came out of this for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I found a lot of strength. I actually started doing a devotional just about every day, and it became a journal, and spending a lot of time in the prophets. Are you familiar, David, with the prophets?
That's Old Testament stuff?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was money. I thought it was when you made more money than you spent.
Old Testament.
Because David knows all about that.
Yeah, that's Old Testament stuff.
Oh, close. Yeah. I believe that's why your Bible's highlighted in dollar green, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Right. But so I found a lot of strength in that, and I feel like at times when I feel like I just want to shut down or shut up, that if someone is not trying to bring people together, then what the heck am I doing this for?
Right.
But I don't apologize trying to be friends to everybody. I think sometimes people perceive a pastor doing that just it's an act or they're trying to get something. Me, I don't want people to hate me. So, the best way to do that is to treat people well, respectfully, and over time, you can find strength with one another. It does take time, and I'm certainly glad that Dr. Lynn feels that way. Although I was going to beg him for a job in D.C., but God forbid I go up to Massachusetts. So,
Yeah. Well,
are you in Boston? In that area?
No.
Well, let's not give out. Let's not give out.
Again, no.
Don't give out. Don't give out your city.
Okay.
Let's wrap. Let's bring back Pastor. Let's bring back Pastor Conrad. I love seeing him, and it's good to see you. Thank you. Tell everybody how to contact you. You're on Twitter. What is your Twitter handle again? I always forget.
Sure. It's at PJ Conrad.
And
feel free to send me a direct message and I'll send you my email. And but please no X-rated pics or anything like that.
I learned that the hard way. Or the soft way.
That's the appropriate word too. But that's not that's for another topic.
Thank you, Pastor Jonathan Conrad, for everything.
You're welcome, gentlemen. God bless. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a sweet man. What a sweet man. Really sweet. He joined us from prison, where he's just, I can't. I'm just a horrible human being.
No.
This is the Reverend Barry. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. He is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, as well as an attorney, a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar. And for somebody who was whining about how sick he is, you sure look and sound good.
Well, thank you for that. I've gotten over yesterday's problem, which was that as soon as I started to say anything, I would cough for 3 minutes. I'm over that.
Okay.
And it's too bad I didn't get to play the Edgar Allan Poe quiz, but
You know something about Poe?
Yeah, I do, because I saw all of the American International Pictures Poe movies starring Vincent Price.
Oh.
That's why I learned everything that way.
I'm a big fan of Vincent Price. Well, let's look at some videos, shall we? We have some videos courtesy of People for the American Way, Right Wing Watch. This is the great Norman Lear's contribution to democracy. He pays people to keep an eye on the bad people, the racists, the bigots, the religious freaks who spew hatred and try to divide us. Was there anything in particular, or should I just go in the order in which I sent them?
I'm trying to, and I had to actually have notes here because I wasn't. Well,
let me go.
What about that one? The guy that was praying for people to die? Who's that?
Oh, the woman.
The woman. Yes, the woman.
I liked her.
Yes. Why don't we start there?
Okay. This is. Let me just. Let me get lined up here because I have. I believe her name is Candace Keller, and she's a former Ohio State legislator. And you do not want to oppose her. Here we go. Let me choose this file. Once I get my system down, it'll be better. Give me a second.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, just give me a second. Let me find her, and then we're good to go. Candace, here we go.
You know, I had another office holder, county office holder, came to me about a year or two later, similar. He actually said almost the same thing to me. He said, we're going to take you out. We're going to take down that pregnancy center. And I said, you can hate me all you want, but you hate the work of God, and I'm not responsible for what happens to you. And you know what? It wasn't a month later that man was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, advanced. And the man who brought me that message, who was the mayor of a small town in my area, suddenly got sick, got an abscess in his stomach, and died. Now, we're living in a time, and I'm nobody, but we're living in a time where God has had it with the mouthy mainstream media. I'm sick of Hollywood. I'm sick of the lying and the shutting down of free speech. And you know what? I would just advise you to be still and let God handle it, because by the time God is done with your enemies, he can do way more than you ever could hope.
That's Candace Keller. You know why I like her?
Because of her hair?
The hair. I
Yeah.
think she believes that. So many politicians lie and hide, and are doing things for money or political expediency. I think she truly believes what she's saying. Don't you?
Absolutely do. And this is part of a tradition with which I'm very familiar of imprecatory prayer. And imprecatory prayer, many people think it comes just from the Psalms, and there are like half a dozen or dozens Psalms that suggest that praying for damage to your enemies is a noble thing to do. And so here's why it's of importance to me. Some years ago, there was a pastor in Texas named Jeffress, who later became the head of the Donald Trump Jesus Regatta. And he had taken books, anything with a GLBTQ theme. He didn't like them, and he didn't like that they were in the library. So he told his congregation to go and check out the books and then never return them. And then, so I got wind of this, and I wrote him a long note, and I said, you know, we don't know each other, but I think what you're doing is really terrible. In fact, I think what you're doing is called theft, and there's even a commandment against it. So he then talks to a friend of his in California, another pastor who had a radio ministry named Wiley Drake, which sounds like a cartoon character. And Wiley Drake started to pray imprecatory prayers against me so that my children would get sick, my wife and I would die.
That's sweet.
And yeah, it was lovely. And so, and then he called me up, and I talked to him, and I said, wow, that's it. But he was quite committed. And then some years later, he got a little more attention when he started praying imprecatory prayers against Barack Obama, who was president at the time. And that gave him even more notoriety. But these imprecatory prayers are very much a part of not only the Psalms, but you can even find them, because Christians often said, well, we don't do that. But then there are some passages in the so-called New Testament that call on people to do the same thing. Galatians suggests that if anyone is preaching a different gospel, you should pray for their death. In the book of Revelation, martyrs in heaven are reportedly petitioning God to avenge the blood of the martyrs. So there's a lot of bloody stuff. But this imprecatory prayer thing is, I had a friend who was also the subject of imprecatory prayers from a pastor in Texas where he lived. And he was thinking of actually filing a lawsuit against the guy praying for his death. And I think in the hopes that it would go to trial, and then the pastor would say, well, it's just a prayer. And then he could say, so you don't believe in the power of prayer?
That's
You
brilliant.
want to get a gun?
That's brilliant.
Yeah, it was, but he wanted me to go in with him because that pastor was also praying for my death. So I had two of them praying for my death.
Would the Secret Service come after you for praying for the president?
That's a very good question. And I think the answer is probably they would not. They would not.
All right, let's play some more clips. These are courtesy of Norman Lear's People for the American Way. Let's do the resistance chicks, shall we?
Okay, absolutely.
These are the resistance chicks. Let me see if I can play it this way.
We can't pray in schools? Wait. Dr. Benjamin Rush, one of the top 3 of our founding fathers, said that kids need to be trained according to the Christian religion. This is the most essential part of education. You guys, we have to get it out of our mindset that reading and writing and arithmetic are the most essential part of education. We have bought into their lies. We regurgitate back their lies. That's one thing you're going to put on the belt of truth today. Stop saying that. School is not just for reading, writing, and arithmetic. If you read our founding fathers, they said the most essential part of education is that they know Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. And I am not afraid to say that. And we have to say that.
See, I don't mind people putting words in the mouths of the disciples and Jesus.
Right.
But you can't put words in the mouth of our founding fathers, can you?
Well,
you know precisely what they said on the subject, don't
yes,
we?
you do. But there is a whole cottage industry, and we're going to get to this, I think, with another clip, of pseudo-historians who would make the case that you just heard. That is, that the schools were designed to teach people the heart of Christianity. And so it's completely false. There were very few public schools at the time that she's even talking about, but the ones that were there for a long time, they didn't even think about this. In some places, the only textbook they had to teach reading was Pilgrim's Progress, but that doesn't mean that that's what they were inculcating in the youth of the late 1700s.
And Dr. Benjamin Rush, I think, is like one of the forefathers of American psychiatry.
Yes, he was also one of the founders of the college that I went to, Dickinson College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. He was one of the stalwarts.
And did he really say what she said?
No, I do not believe he ever said that.
Okay. So that would be the resistance chicks. And now let me see here.
How about go to David Barton, since I'm alluding to his pseudo-historians.
Yes, good call.
Yeah.
David Barton. This is a short clip from David Barton. Who is David Barton?
David Barton is a guy who went to Oral Roberts University, got a bachelor's degree there in Christian education, but now he's become an incredibly important historian. He writes a lot of books about the founding of the country, and he also claims to have, and there's some evidence that this is true, close to 100,000 documents from people at the beginning of the country that he believes justifies his belief that this country was established as a Christian nation. He's wildly popular. He gives hundreds of sermons and speeches every year. He's beloved by the right-wingers in Congress. He often goes and shows his slideshows and does his lectures to large numbers of members of the House and Senate. and he's a pseudo historian. And I say that because he makes stuff up that's not true.
But why are we doing this? We're in the wrong business. We need to be doing this. Here's David Barton.
Okay, here's David Barton.
The Constitution is a God-given document based on God's word. And if you stay out of that, you're not allowing God's word to have the impact it needs in the nation, because it takes God-giving people who honor the Constitution to elect the leaders who honor the Constitution, which allows God's principles to work in a nation.
Yep. He and Newt Gingrich are very close. And Newt also has this, after his however many divorces he had, but he now does tours. Now that he has really nothing to do, he actually recommends people come to Washington and take tours of government buildings that in the mindset of Newt and his latest wife demonstrates what Barton just said, that the Bible is the centerpiece of everything that this country is built on. And he just tells huge whoppers. One of the ones that he says all the time, he says that why the first Congress printed the very first version of the Bible. And it sounds good, and maybe but it's completely false. It's the first Bible was printed in the United States in 1782 by a Pennsylvania printer by the name of Robert Aitken. And Robert Aitken, the only connection to Congress he had is when he published this version of the Bible, he wrote to somebody in Congress and said, could you have the chaplains there review this manuscript? But he published it. Congress had nothing to do with it except possibly to pass it on to their own employed chaplains. So, and he makes up, for a long time, he tried to peddle a quote like this. That's when he's asked about the separation of church and state, he'd say, well, Jefferson did talk about a wall of separation, but the wall is omnidirectional, unidirectional, one side only. It's to keep government out of the church and not to keep the church out of government. Now that sounds like a wonderful quote. Unfortunately, Jefferson never said anything like it. And when he put it in a book back about 25 years ago, we and some legal scholars, we at Americans United, asked the publisher why they were publishing these things that were lies that he just made up. And the publisher actually withdrew the book from publication. That is good. But I mean, he is like so many of these politicians today that literally they say something that's false, and then they figure that in order to prove it, they should just say it again.
Right.
It's the kind of the Herschel Walker approach to abortion.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Reverend.
What? Is Herschel coming on the show?
I have a bonus clip for you. Here is...
Really? Okay.
Here is your friend Newt Gingrich, I heard this earlier, defending Herschel Walker.
I talked to Herschel about this morning, and I've known Herschel a good while. I think he's a remarkable person. I think he's the most important Senate candidate in the country because he'll do more to change the Senate just by the sheer presence, by his confidence, by his deep commitment to Christ, by the degree to which he is, he's been through a long, tough period. He had a lot of concussions coming out of football. He suffered PTSD.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the fact that he has a lot of concussions, a lot of PTSD, and a commitment to Christ. In any way are those connected?
Herschel Walker, First of all, the idea that he has had concussions and that could have caused him some brain damage, people for a while, I think we're past this, but they said, well, you shouldn't even mention that. It's a serious illness. But the problem is concussions like he had don't heal. They don't go away. So you're basically saying, well, if he says stupid things, don't worry about it. He'll just be in the Senate for 6 years.
Right.
And that's unjustified. That is crazy to think about it. And Newt Gingrich, who actually had several spouses, that's no problem with that. But, he left one of them when she was dying. And I just, if this is going to be the banner, if this is going to be the guy who we are supposed to look up to for his moral fortitude, I would say Newt and Herschel Walker, they could form a little church, and they could probably get a bunch of other liars and thieves into it, but it's not right.
It's not right. Here's somebody I like, Deanna Lorraine.
Oh,
talking about the weather. A lot of people talk about the weather, but they don't do anything about it.
We understand that the deep state, they have weather manipulation technology. They have DARPA. They know how to manipulate and create big storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, climate change, etc. And these huge hurricanes always seem to target red states, red districts, and always at a convenient time, typically right before elections, or, in this case, possibly because Ron DeSantis has been stepping out of line a lot and fighting the deep state. I don't know, Lauren. The timing is definitely interesting, and they're even saying it. Do you think this could be a weather manipulated hurricane?
Yeah, well, we know the technology does exist. And I mean, Deanna, they're literally trying to change people's DNA through vaccination. Of course, they would be willing to do something like this to target red states. I have no doubt. I mean, the technology exists to manipulate weather. And, this whole storm coming, I know that Florida is prone to hurricanes. However, this developed into a Cat 4 or Cat 5 overnight.
Right.
And it does seem to be hitting the conservative areas of the state. I'm not putting it past the elites to target something like this towards Florida as punishment for getting rid of vaccine mandates or getting rid of child grooming. They are angry with us, and it wouldn't surprise me to find out. And yeah, the technology does exist, but you're not supposed to talk about that or know about that because that's controversial or a conspiracy theory. No, it's true.
That makes a little sense to me.
How little sense does it make?
Well, it is interesting that hurricane season just happens to be around the time we have elections. That does seem suspicious to me. It seems to hit red states, Florida, Louisiana,
Southern Georgia,
South
Carolina.
And they can manipulate the weather. I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about Jewish space lasers. Didn't she say the forest fires were?
Yeah, from Jewish space lasers. Perhaps Deanna Lorraine and Lauren Witzke, who both of these people should know, they both ran for elective office recently.
Really?
Yeah. Deanna Lorraine ran against Nancy Pelosi. She got 4% of the vote. And,
whoa. She ran against Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah.
Who did better, Deanna Lorraine or Shahid Buttar?
Buttar came in second.
Okay.
Yeah. And way down the list, 4th, 5th, 6th, I don't know. That was Deanna Lorraine. And Lauren Witzke ran for the Senate in 2020, maybe 2018 in the state of Delaware. And she didn't do too well either. But they've now got a new gig, and that is to interview each other and make these astonishing, complicated claims about what is possible and isn't possible. But, if you think, I'll give you this, if you ask them, how can this be done? They would say, well, with God, all things are possible, which is a central belief of many conservative, ultra-conservative Christians. But it doesn't really answer the question of why God would help the elitist snobs in America to do these weather changes so dramatically. It makes no sense. But remember what I said last week when I was talking about DeSantis, is what the speech that I was hoping he would give. He needed to deal with the fact that Pat Robertson does think that he can change the direction of hurricanes. And as I mentioned last week, he diverted one that was about to hit his empire in Virginia Beach. It came up here and hit in Massachusetts. And but there is this widespread belief that God somehow can be manipulated, and therefore the weather God presumably created can also be manipulated. And if you get into this, if you listen to like a whole week of clips from Norman Lear's Right Wing Watch, you would start to see patterns. And he'd say, well, wait a minute, maybe it does start to make sense. And that's what I'm afraid even voters are doing. They listen to so much crap. They listen to so many lies. But when the lies start to be repeated by someone else, then the lie gets bigger and bigger and bigger and harder for people to ignore. And that's much of what right-wing religion in America is. Repetition, and it's still false.
Well, Laura Loomer is Jewish. She's a far-right, anti-Muslim, white nationalist.
Yep.
Graduate of Mount Holyoke College. And she ran against Lois Frankel, I believe. She ran for the Florida's 21st Congressional District, right?
I don't know.
And she was the Republican nominee in 2020 to run against Lois Frankel. And she ran again.
Right.
She lost the Republican primary this time, but she was the Republican nominee.
That's right.
In 2020 for Florida's 21st Congressional District. Here is Laura Loomer, a Jewish anti-Muslim white nationalist. There aren't too many Jewish white nationalists. Here's the brilliant Mount Holyoke graduate, Laura Loomer.
You know how like the FBI sometimes grooms shooters so that they can get
all the time they
so
do
you
this.
have school shootings and then they say gun control, gun control, gun control. Well, I truly believe, and I'll say this, and I said this on the campaign trail as well. I strongly believe that the FBI works with the Democrat Party to carry out mass shooting false flags so that they can actually push for gun control. I think that the FBI recruits, pays, and trains mass shooters so that the mass shooters can then, do these terrible attacks, and then it provides ammunition for the Democrats to call for gun control.
Oh,
And
they absolutely do.
I do believe that the FBI is intentionally, setting up American citizens to be murdered, by people who use guns, of course, as their weapon of choice, so that they can help the Democrats push along their gun control effort. And I'm not afraid to say it either, because I think it's just so obvious to everybody.
It's great that she's not afraid to say that.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of courage to say that.
And how about the courageousness of the interviewer who asks these incredibly tough questions and demands proof? Like, well, Laura, I mean, where give me a little bit of evidence about why you believe this. That's one of the techniques I used to use when I did the local Fox affiliate in Washington. I was doing a talk show with a guy named Pat Corton, and they used to have us on every Monday, and he would make these outlandish comments, not quite as loony as those. And then I'd go, well, give me an example. To whom did this happen? And it would be a standard. And then after the show, he'd go, well, you can't ask those questions. And I said, well, you brought it up. You damn well ought to have an answer. Who did it? Where did it happen? But I'm sure he would have gotten there if this clip had gone on another, I don't know, 18 minutes maybe.
I should mention we're getting word of 2 people dead, 6 others wounded in Las Vegas, where a man went on a stabbing spree.
Yeah.
And obviously that was set up by the FBI to get us to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. To ban knives.
Knives, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with misogyny, shall we?
Let's try it.
That's it.
Let's try it.
Yeah, I think this would be interesting, and it's going to start getting ugly. I'm being serious, so I want to warn you.
Okay.
We're going to get into misogyny and then some really bad racism that I'm almost ambivalent about playing. But I think you ignore these people at your own peril.
Yeah.
I think you need to know this is what they're thinking. This is white nationalist Dalton Clodfelter. I think his name says pretty much everything about him. It's like Louis Gohmert.
Louis Gohmert and the aforementioned Wiley Drake.
Yeah.
You're right. They should change their names, but they don't.
Right.
Play Mr. Wasn't that a character in those 50s? Hell, I don't know.
Red Skelton. Didn't
Red Skelton, of course. Red Skelton.
I think Red Skelton had a character named Dalton Clodfelter.
Something like that.
Or Clem Clediddlehopper.
Clem Clediddlehopper.
All right, I got to warn you.
Okay.
This is a little rough.
Okay.
Women are dumb voters. Women have a place in a society, and that place is in the home. That place is being subservient to their husbands. That place is looking to the husband as Jesus looks to God, or as the church looks to Jesus. This is how the true structure of the home is supposed to be developed. The facts of the matter are, women are dumber than men. Women should be subservient to men. Women have no place in male activities. Women have no place of partaking in the workforce. Women have no place of partaking in politics. Women have no place outside of the home. The home is a virtuous place for women. Women should be happy when they are in the home. Women should be grateful when a man puts a roof over her head and supplies the family with food and resources and energy and structure. That is what women should be thankful for, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot of you are going to be very upset with this. A lot of people are going to say, how dare he talk about women that way? Does he not have a daughter? Would he talk to his wife this way? Blah, 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 blah. You're losing your mind over the truth, over facts, over logic, over reason. You're losing your mind over the Word of God. The Bible calls women to a particular place in the home. The Bible calls women to be subservient to their husbands. Men make stronger leaders. Men are just better. Men are awesome. I am a firm believer in the patriarchy. I'm a misogynist. You could definitely claim that. You could say I'm a sexist. Absolutely.
Let me just state up front that I disagree with most of what he just said.
Could you clarify what part of what you just heard you actually agree with?
I think it's just kind of fun to be that guy.
Yeah, it is. But think about this. People used to ask me, usually after some event, when they were had a few drinks, and they'd go, "Hey, Barry, why don't you just have a conversion and decide that everything you believed as a civil libertarian, as a church-state separationist, as a feminist, that you're going to have a change of heart, and then you can see if you can get back on all the TV shows you used to be on and say, yeah, I was so wrong." But the women thing is so bizarre. And it's this guy, of course, just says what most right-wingers don't say, but most of them do believe. And that's why there are people like, I would bet there's not one person listening to this who knows who Janet Parshall is.
No.
Janet Parshall was a Christian talk show host. We kind of got friendly. We used to do an hour. She was married to the guy that now is co-writing the Left Behind series. But she's incredibly smart and very facile with words, but she never got very far as a luminary of the religious right because she is a she. And I always thought, I think I said to her once, you're the right-wing secret weapon. Too bad they don't take you seriously. But they really, really do not. And with the exception of very, very few women evangelists, they are pretty much shut out of any leadership role for the very reason that this guy was screaming about. If Christ is the head of the church, then who is the head of the family? And the answer is the husband.
Right. And they believe that. That's Dalton.
Oh, absolutely believe. No, they totally believe it.
Because if you put this guy in a comedy club, he'd sell out. I'm being serious. That
Sure.
guy, that is really fun. Just to hear somebody say that almost convincingly, but apparently he means it.
Why don't you invite him on the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because you know what? I'm being serious. He's the real deal.
Yes, he is.
He believes that's what, okay. Now it's going to get a little ugly.
Okay.
Nick Fuentes. This guy is somewhat influential among the far right wing. He is, he's had Steve King and what's his name? Paul Gosar speak at his rallies, and Michelle Malkin is one of the advisors to his organization. He also does a podcast. This is what he's saying out loud. Now, we had Professor Juan Cole on last week talking about the theocrats in America who identify with the theocracy in Iran. They may not agree with the Shiites, but they certainly agree with the thought police. And that seems strange because I always think of the theocrats in America as being, anti-Muslim. And he said, no, they might be anti-Muslim, but they sure love the oppression, the religious oppression. Here is a crypto theocrat. What is his name again? He's a Goiper. What's his name?
But the
Fuentes, Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes, yeah.
Crypto theocrat Nick Fuentes. I got to warn you, this is not nice. As opposed to all the other stuff we've been playing for.
Not even joking this much, I would prefer Taliban rule in America to this. You want to know why? Because at least if black people were fighting at the airport, they would get their hands cut off. And there would be no guys wearing high heels at flight attendants. Maybe they'd be women in burqas, but wouldn't that be preferable? Think about it. What would you prefer? Because I know I sound crazy when I say that. I know people say I sound like an insane person. But who's more insane? Like, what is really insane here? Is it insane that we would be under Taliban rule in America and the women would have burqas and and thieves would get their arms chopped off and blasphemers would get their tongues cut out? Or is it more ridiculous that you're going to board an airplane with a mask on, get groped, you have to bring a shampoo in a 3-ounce bottle, and then you get on the flight and black people are going to be, what, say to me, bitch? Say to me, bitch, fuck you, bitch. And then if that wasn't bad enough, a fucking gay man in high heels is going to zoom over in a mini skirt to break it up. Like, if that's too much for me. It's too much. I can't take it anymore. I can't accept this anymore. I can't take this country. Bring on the Taliban.
So here's my honest reaction.
Okay.
That's Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
I could see myself losing my mind, somebody giving me a platform and saying to me, just talk this way and you'll have a following, you'll make some money. And my father coming to watch me work, I can hear him saying, okay, all right, but how far do you think you can go with this? Like, I see where you're going, but there's a limit to how far you can take this. I mean that. I can hear my father saying that.
Sure.
Where does he think he's going with this?
Yeah.
How big does he think he can get?
Here's what's happening, though. These people, I don't know Norman Lear terribly well, but I know him a little. And the one thing that bothered me when they started Right Wing Watch was that they were taking these people who were genuinely on the kind of lunatic fringe of the right and acting as if they were the same as when Pat Robertson or Jerry Falwell said something stupid. But I've changed my mind, because I think what you're hearing with these clips is exactly the kind of undergirding of what so many Republican politicians are saying today. Mm-hmm. So that this is no longer on the fringe. This is stuff that is being adopted by elected members of the House and Senate. And that is what's truly frightening about all of this. They are moving the goalposts away from beyond the goal line right up to about the 20-yard line, and people going, that could be true. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. That it is just frightening, and people really need to listen to this. The good Dr. Lynn was, we were talking one day at lunch, and she said she was going someplace. She had to drive for 8 hours. I said, what are you going to do? And she said, what should I do? And I said, listen to talk radio. She said, why would I do that? I said, because you will not believe what you will hear over 8 hours. And she did that. She came back and she said, everything you said is true. They repeat the same ridiculous claims. They repeat them show after show after show. And it's now infected everything. Talk radio is not nearly as powerful as it used to be, but these clowns are now getting on their own TV shows. They're running internet shows. And you've just heard, 4 or 5 examples in the last 30 minutes of just how crazy these people have become and how dangerous they are, because so many people do believe it. And there's very, very little criticism of it. I was only half joking when I asked why you don't have one of these guys on your show, because I think you'd have a very good time chatting with them and asking them the questions they never get asked on any other program.
Yeah. I would just feel dirty and scared by them. I find them, let's end with this guy. His name is Jared Taylor.
Oh, yes.
I don't know who he is, but he sounds like A lot of people in a bar after a couple of drinks. You tell me who he is after we play this frightful clip.
Yeah.
What's the thinking behind this? That race is a social construct? Hardly. It's elimination of white people, even from our own history and our own fairy tales, while blacks glory in a heroic, all-black fantasy past and an all-black high-tech fantasy future. If that's supposed to boost their self-esteem and make them stop shooting each other and us, it's not working. Or is it supposed to demoralize whites, make us think we were bit players in history and have a meager future? Judging from television ads in which all the couples are now mixed race, it looks like we're supposed to miscegenate ourselves into extinction and have no future at all. Black people are posting videos of their children bursting with happiness when they see the trailer for The Little Mermaid. She's black, like me. What about the little white girls who say, "Daddy, that's not Ariel"? Who cares about them? They can't have their own stories. This is all part of the sick and sickening adoration for blacks and loathing for whites we see everywhere.
Wow.
Until this week, I have never heard of Jared Taylor. But this fascination with popular culture and its demoralizing effect on the country is nothing new. This guy is just a little bit more blatant in his racism, but for decades, there has been a criticism of various pieces of popular culture because they are allegedly trying to diminish the role of whites or diminish the role of men or diminish the strength of somebody. And so there's nothing new about that. And in fact, just before I had my tomato soup tonight, I was watching a person on Facebook who was complaining about Disney Plus, the streaming service, having a new movie called Hocus Pocus 2, which is about 3 witches. And this woman said, she starts out talking and she says, I just heard the 7 words no mother wants to hear. There's a witch in my house. That's what her daughter said when she's flipping through the channels, happened to find a clip for Hocus Pocus 2. So if you think that this apparent distaste for anybody different is just something that doesn't affect normal people, it does. It does, and they are just... It is bewildering, much as I've heard these people over and over again for decades and decades. Still, something like the Hocus Pocus 2, I saw 2 people complaining about it today on the internet, and it is, they see in Disney movies, I may have mentioned The Lion King once, the American Life League. Actually, when the cartoon version of Lion King came out, they said that the king lion is looking out over the plains, and in the clouds there is a shape of a penis.
I have a feeling they find the shape of a penis in a lot of places.
I think they do. I think they do, and they shouldn't, because they should, if they want to see that, they should just rent a porn movie.
Yeah, before you go, let me show you something. This is from the University of Chicago, a poll done a month ago of about a couple thousand people. And they were asked about, let me just do this. Let me see if it will work. There we go. This is comparing how Democrats and Republicans view the world. For example, the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump and Joe Biden as an illegitimate president. 27% of Republicans agree with that. 19% of Republicans agree with that. 27% strongly agree with that. So we're getting some insight into the mind of a Republican. A secret group of Satan-worshiping pedophiles is ruling the U.S. government. 7% of Republicans strongly agree. 7% of Republicans agree. I thought it would be high. 28% neither agree nor disagree. We're talking about Republicans.
Yes.
Now it gets interesting. This is the stubborn stain of the Southern strategy that your friend Pat Buchanan came up with.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Republican Party. Here's the question. Irish, Italians, Jewish, and many other minorities overcame prejudice and worked their way up. Blacks should do the same without any special favors. 25% of Republicans strongly agree with that. 32% agree with that. And then 32% neither agree or disagree. And only 6% disagree.
Wow.
You know, race is really important. Racism is still, there it is. There's your Republican Party.
Yep.
Here's the next question. And this is something I never even thought about until I read the poll. African American people or Hispanic people in our country will eventually have more rights than whites. 11% of Republicans strongly agree. 23% of Republicans agree. 35% neither agree nor disagree. I've never occurred to me that Hispanics or Black people were going to have more rights than white people. That seems, after all the controversies to stir up divisions in this country, I think what still divides Democrats from Republicans is Republicans are racist.
Yep.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I do agree with that. And I did not see this survey, but I do. But it doesn't surprise me. It sickens me, but it doesn't surprise me. Race is the great dividing line. I remember I was once, but then we're kind of over time here, but for a brief time, Pat Robertson had a talk show on, he didn't host it, someone else hosted it. Right, it followed the 700 Club, his kind of flagship production every day. And I was on with an African-American guy from Little Rock, Arkansas. And he had just been arrested for burning an American flag. But he came on the show, and it was astonishing. The same studio audience that was there for the 700 Club was there for whatever this thing was called after the fact. And when he said, I burned this because I wanted to make clear that African Americans in Arkansas are not treated well. They are not treated right. And then he had a restaurant, and he would never turn anyone away who was hungry but had no money. He would just serve dozens and dozens of meals every day to people who simply had no money. But the reaction when he burned that flag, and when that part of the interview came up, from that audience, you would think that he had just announced that he was going to spray paint the entire audience with blackface. It was horrible. I mean, absolutely horrible.
Yeah. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, for nearly a quarter of a century, ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. He is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, as well as a member of the Supreme Court Bar. He is a lawyer, and thank you so much. This is fun to look at these clips. Scary, but fun. It's like a horror.
Yeah.
It's like a horror movie.
Yes, it is, but it's real, and most horror movies aren't.
Yeah. Vote.
Vote.
Vote for the Democratic Party. As bad as they are.
Yep, exactly.
They're not as bad as this crap that you're.
No, that's true. That's true.
Thank you, Reverend.
Absolutely. I will see you. I hope I'm healthier next week.
You sound pretty good for a guy on,
on antivirals. Yeah. It's yeah. I think maybe I think I'm probably doing better just being here. I think I feel a kind of healing presence that comes from.
Let me put my hands on.
Yeah,
the
please.
Heal.
Oh, thank you.
That wasn't my hand.
No, I didn't think so.
Thank you. Out of trouble.
Only good trouble.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
That was great.
Bye.
You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night. I always say this. Office hours Friday night at 8 p.m. Come to office hours. You'll meet better people. So one of the people who runs office hours is Joe in Norway, and he's back in Norway. What are you going to be preparing for us tonight?
Well, tonight I'll be preparing a Chinese dish called the eggplant dragon. I'll be trying to slay the eggplant dragon.
Ah. And you're going to...
very special dish with a nice presentation.
That's a beautiful table, by the way. Please tell me you didn't make that.
No. It's about a 70-year-old table.
Really?
It's about 70 years old. What I'm going to do, we don't have some showers, we've got some growers. I'm going to accordionize the eggplants first. And then I'm going to...
Is a monkey going to dance?
Special trick. I'll make a nice spicy sauce to go along with it. So I'll take my time. My schedule after all of these countries has thrown off my schedule. So,
how long were you traveling for?
2 months.
You were in
just got back
Spain, France, Italy,
Switzerland,
Belgium,
and then Belgium, and now back in Norway.
Were you in Italy?
No.
Oh, okay. Right. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you, and we'll come back in about an hour to watch you eat it. The Professors in Marianne is a little short tonight, but that's okay. We don't have Marianne Cummings. We don't have Ann Lee. I don't think we have Professor Adnan Hussein. We do have Professor Jonathan Bick, and we have Dr. Nancy, who is a pediatric, shall we say, neurologist?
Sure.
Okay.
That'd be right.
Okay. And Professor Jonathan Bick joins us from Massachusetts. Hello.
Hello there.
And I think it's going to be us, but I'm going to ask Sir Arthur Grebe-Streebling to chime in if he so wishes. He's a royal watcher. He may be asleep. I believe it's 4 a.m. in London. Let's.
No, sadly, I'm awake.
Oh, you are awake?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Neighbors are playing up a bit.
The what?
The neighbors are playing up somewhat.
Oh, he lives next door to Sandringham in East Anglia. one of King Charles's mansions, castles, I think you call them.
Stately home.
Dr. Nancy, you're a pediatric neurologist. You were on the show Monday saying that parents are too cuddly with their children, and I'm kind of doing a disservice, but we focus too much on our children. We hover over them, finish their sentences, cuddle them, coddle them. We should leave them alone. And that resonated with me, because I can remember saying, I was saying to Dr. Hirschenfeld earlier, I wanted my family to just stay in the house and never leave, lock the doors, and but they're supposed to leave us alone, and we're supposed to leave them alone, right?
Yeah. Some of what you said was, I think, right on. Some was overstated, some was understated.
What in my summation of what you said?
Yes. But yes, from where I stand, I see an awful lot of that. And my goal isn't to make parents feel guilty. I think that young parents have a hard time with all the advice that's being given to them from all ends. And, analogy, there's once a study of how doctors counsel patients on their diet. You'd never guess what the result was. The result was a very high correlation to doctors counseling parents according to what their mother fed them.
What the doctors were fed.
Yes, by their own mothers. And I think this is analogous to this situation, that I even saw an article written by a physician very, very strongly saying, how dare we call children to be addicted to their computers and their video games? Because, of course, what followed was how many hours he lets his own kids watch screens. So it's a very personal issue. I understand that. But as a physician who's supposed to be a neurologist, and even though neurology and psychiatry, from the very beginning, the founders knew that they overlap. It's hard to do neurology without psychiatry and vice versa. So our board exams are both. We're actually qualified to be the other. But
define neurology, please.
Neurology is about how the brain controls the body and the nerves that go from the brain to the body. And psychiatry used to be.
You got that right, man. You're putting some money in the. Just wanted to see if you got that right. Okay.
What's that?
Well, I keep score on my guests. They have to answer certain questions, and you get let's put some money in the kitty. So you're winning 1-0. Go ahead.
Okay. And psychiatry used to be based on something called the concept of mind. And it always made me nuts when I was going through medical school. What is the theory of mind? What's the theory of mind? Basically, that you can think yourself into illness and vice versa, which I think has been debunked by now. But psychiatry is definitely going into the chemicals that are keeping that make the brain work.
Right.
But
in terms of raising, let me bring in Professor Jonathan Bick here. You have any questions about raising children? Because you do have a cat, I don't approve of the way you're raising Bella. I don't think you're able to say no to Bella.
That could be. I think that may be a fault that I have.
Now, I don't mean to be cruel here, but I do pass judgment, Dr. Nancy, on the way people raise their pets. And people who have cats like Bella, who is unpleasantly plump, is that putting it? And Professor Bick, brilliant man, right, says to me, what am I supposed to do? My cat likes to eat. And I think,
in fairness, David, I don't feed her, but yeah. And you are forgetting that she's big boned.
She is big boned. But
and very fluffy.
Dr. Nancy, does the cat have a problem, or does Professor Bick have a problem? He can't say no to his cat, right?
As long as the cat is giving back more than it's, or at least as much as it's costing him in time and energy and emotions, I think it's a fine balance.
But when people say to me, I can't control my dog's appetite, what does that say? You can. You're the one feeding the dog, the cat.
Well, in my defense, David, I do underfeed my children.
Okay, that makes.
Actually, my question was for Dr. Nancy regarding affection. So I was always under the impression that the real danger is a lack of, physical affection of parents toward their children, rather than a surplus of it.
I think to some extent you're right, but there are all sorts of different populations in this country. And there are children who I think are terribly neglected. But I think it's very interesting that you can have doting parents in a situation in which I would say the child is still neglected. I can give you a few examples.
Me.
One.
Me. That's.
First of all, to defend myself, let me give you a couple real life examples. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm there for their headaches or their movement or their whatever. And it is not too terribly rare that I have a mother who has to hug and kiss her kid every 90 seconds throughout the doctor visit when I'm trying to have a conversation. And it makes me nuts. It's hard to have a conversation when we have to follow the child around, and the kids are, I don't want to say they're bad kids, but they're incapable of sitting and entertaining themselves for a few minutes while mommy or daddy talks to the doctor. They're just incapable of doing that because they are addicted to the constant attention.
And that hovering and that constant attention and the kissing, they're not doing it for the kid, they're doing it for themselves.
Bingo. Bingo. And the kid gets so used to it. What happens when you have a bunch of kids go to preschool or kindergarten and they're used to their whole world hugging and kissing them for every pee, poop, and burp and telling them how great they are, and they never pick themselves up from hurting themselves. And I think a hug becomes less meaningful. Kisses become less meaningful, and they don't believe that they ever have to return it because it always comes to them. That's how they've been trained.
Are you so somebody like Alec Baldwin? I think he and Hilaria just had their 900th child. I would assume because you can't hug all 900 Baldwinos, what are they called? That those kids are probably going to be better adjusted, right?
Well, in some ways, but there are problems at the other end too. And I see someone mention kids at community colleges. I think that's true. I think the leaders of tomorrow are not are going to come of age and from the privileged schools. Excuse me. I see kids going through privileged schools that extend what these very
thank you
endowed parents have offered them, thinking they're doing the best thing, but they get into school and they need remedial classes. I think the leaders of tomorrow are coming from the kids who have had to pick themselves up, the kids who have paid part of their way through college or whatever. Another way that, there's a few things that I can convince most people by saying, I mean, when I was a kid growing up, I had a big extended family, ethnic family around Detroit. We had a kids' table. We didn't want to sit with adults. And I don't ever see kids sitting on their own anymore. I'll never forget walking into a nice restaurant and 3 siblings fighting over sitting in mom's lap in a nice restaurant. And it makes kids not like their siblings. I see kids fighting with each other for mother's attention, and they're not playing with each other so much. And
Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling, you were brought up in East Anglia. You're 74 years old.
Yes, I was sitting here wondering, and might I suggest one or two character building exercises for the discerning child?
Yes.
Which will see them through the rest of their lives.
Yes.
One, you may not be able to find an accessible tree in a city, but I suppose a lamppost may do. But anything high, anything high. And if you have a sharp implement such as a rod with a knife on the end or a pitchfork, anything. Well, if you intimidate your child enough to ascend said tree or lamppost to its highest height and leave them there, then get some standard petrol or barbecue light fluid, anything like that.
Yes.
Just alight the base of the tree, or you may get punished by municipal people for dealing with the lamppost. But if you set fire to that thing, that will develop a great deal of character in that child.
So you're talking about, I guess, Dr. Nancy, he's talking about tough love.
Yes.
Tough
love. Another exercise would be to find your nearest beck or stream or canal and buy a nice sturdy rubber dinghy and just force the child into the dinghy and
the way of the Spartan, I believe, is what you're saying.
Cast it away, yeah.
The way of the Spartan.
Or you can also take a child camping on a lovely camping trip in the classics or wherever, and get out all the equipment, give them a compass and a nice jam sandwich, and then get in the car and drive away. And then many methods can be applied to build not only character but resolve and gain an independence they will carry through the rest of their life.
I should point out that Sir Arthur Glebe Streebling, Dr. Nancy, is not a PhD. He's not a doctor. He's just part of the British aristocracy.
Yes, I don't go for academia. No.
And he sounds so smart, you believe anything he says.
Yes, yes.
That's one of the tricks of the aristocracy, you see. Yes.
Professor,
We have an air of authority, which means we believed no matter what the fuck we're gibbering on about.
and he's down to one tooth at
Yes.
75. One tooth.
Yes.
Right in the front, like a beaver.
Yep.
Professor Jonathan Bick?
Yeah, I must say the usual way the aristocracy treat their children is to send them away to boarding school at the age of 5.
With
which I
the
think
promise
is-
of buggery.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think it's fairly similar to
Well-
sending them off in a rowboat or
In
leaving
all
them by the side of
seriousness,
the road.
in all seriousness, sending your child, Dr. Nancy, Sir Arthur Glebe Streebling was sent. How old were you when you were sent off? Was it Gordonston?
I was 7 years old.
And was Gordonston where Prince Philip went?
He was stoned, yes. And oh yes, Gordonston and Scott. Yes, correct.
And
yes.
it was brutal. It was like Lord of the Flies, correct?
It depends how much of a subordinate one is. If once you give in to the regime, it's quite a breeze, actually.
Okay. In all seriousness, Dr. Nancy, the idea of sending your kid to boarding school, even at 10 or 12, that can't be healthy. That's what you do if, like, there's been a death in the family and the mother can't raise the kid. Is there anything good that comes out of boarding school?
You learn how to get along with other kids.
But you might as well be raised in a 90s era Romanian orphanage, post Ceausescu. How can that be healthy?
No, the Romanian I'm half Romanian, so I take a little offense to that.
Oh, good. No, you know what I'm talking about with the Romanian orphanage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing is that they were left in cribs and totally unstimulated. I mean, it's like putting them in a box.
Right.
And
Was that done after the fall of the Soviet Union, or was that Ceausescu's?
I think it was Ceausescu.
He had a strict position of no abortions, so they would have a lot of these orphanages that were just filled with unwanted children. It was horrifying. Yeah, and then were neglected, and real horror.
My kids were friendly with one. He was an adorable kid, and very, like, he had to hug everybody. And I'd say, hey, whoa, I wasn't in okay. Sorry, Dr. Nancy's never coming back. If I keep, in all seriousness, the idea of sending a kid off to boarding school, I understand why Prince Philip was sent to that boarding school. He didn't have parents, but if you have parents, who would send their kids off to a boarding school?
The right parents. By right, I mean far right.
I think it can be good and bad. And I got to say something. There was a comment. There's a lot of bullying in boarding schools. I'm sure that's true. But I will tell you, I would like someone to do a study of 9-year-old girls in America. We weren't like that when I was 9. But virtually every 9-year-old girl I come across now is either being bullied or has attitude like they're a bully. And there is something very fierce about this population. And I don't think you have to, yeah, maybe it's the Mean Girl movies. I don't know, but there's something going, you can get bullied anywhere. It's popular to complain about bullying these days.
Right. By the way, is my microphone okay?
No, you have static on your microphone.
I do have static.
Yes, every time you speak.
You, Professor John, you talk, and I'll bitch and moan about my microphone.
Okay. Well, I actually prepared a story here. Let's see. And perhaps Dr. Nancy could provide her take on part of this as well. As people probably know, President Biden pardoned all people convicted of marijuana possession under federal law and said his administration would review whether marijuana should still be a Schedule I drug like heroin and LSD, saying it makes no sense. The pardons that he announced will clear about 6,500 people who were convicted on federal charges of simple possession of marijuana from 1992 to 2021, and thousands more who were convicted of possession of marijuana in the District of Columbia. And he urged governors to follow his lead, because his pardons only affect people that were convicted under federal law. The president has no ability to pardon anyone who was convicted under state or local laws. So it's a relatively small number of people compared with the number of people who are in jail because of some sort of drug-related conviction. According to the ACLU, marijuana arrests now account for over half of all drug arrests in the United States. Of the 8.2 million marijuana arrests between 2001 and 2010, 88% were simply for having marijuana. So that's over 7 million people who were arrested simply for possessing marijuana. U.S. states waste $3.6 trillion every year prosecuting and policing marijuana possession, which is, wow. I saw that number. That was according to analysis by the ACLU. And President Biden did not call for the complete decriminalization of marijuana, something that Congress would have to do, because he says that there still need to be important limitations on trafficking, marketing, and underage sales of marijuana. My position on that would be, well, you can do all of those things by regulating it and legalizing it. All of those issues could be addressed by that. Advocacy groups praised President Biden's announcement, but said the impact on real-life individuals will be limited if states do not follow suit. Only 92 people were sentenced on federal marijuana possession charges in 2017, out of nearly 20,000 drug convictions, federal drug convictions, according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission. So most of the federal charges are for things like selling marijuana, possessing it with the intent to distribute, which is often simply having a few ounces of marijuana. And marijuana is already fully legal in about 20 states, and some other states have relaxed criminal penalties. but it remains illegal in a handful of states, fully illegal. Now, a lot of people don't know what a presidential pardon, what the implications of that are. People think that means that the conviction is wiped away. That is not the case. The president's pardon power, first of all, it's limited to federal offenses. As I said, it has to be for a conviction on of a violation of federal law. And a pardon is an expression of the president's forgiveness and is ordinarily granted in recognition of the applicant's acceptance of responsibility for the crime and established good conduct for a significant period of time after the conviction or completion of sentence. It does not signify innocence. Its practical effect is the restoration of civil rights and statutory disabilities. For example, the right to own a firearm, to get an occupational license, to vote in some states. And so a pardon restores various rights that may have been lost due to a conviction, but it does not erase or expunge the record of the conviction itself. And this is important because currently there is no way to expunge or erase a conviction of a federal crime. Congress would have to pass such a statute. And in fact, I would say that most convictions should be expunged after a certain number of years if no other violations of law have been committed. I'm not sure what the point is of having these convictions on people's records that affect them for the rest of their lives because of something they may have done as a youth, for example, or a one-time thing. The ability to expunge convictions does exist at the state level for state crimes, but it varies from state to state considerably on which types of crimes are eligible for expungement and how long after serving your sentence or after the conviction can it be considered, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, a person who is granted a pardon must still disclose their convictions on any form where such information is required, although the person may disclose the fact that they received a pardon. Also, as most civil disabilities arising from a criminal conviction, such as the loss of the right to vote and hold state public office, are imposed by state rather than federal law, they may be removed only by state action. So if you were prohibited from voting because of a federal conviction of possessing marijuana, it's totally up to the state to decide whether or not you can vote in state elections. My recommendation would be to legalize marijuana entirely. If you can't do that, then stop arresting people at all levels of government for the use, possession, sale, or production of marijuana. Prohibit advertising or marketing of marijuana. Again, I think it should be regulated. And all drugs. I don't think drugs should be advertised. Most countries, it's illegal to advertise drugs. I think there are two exceptions, the United States being one of them. And the other thing you could do is reschedule marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule V drug, which is the lowest schedule that the DEA has. To give you an example, Schedule IV drugs are things such as Xanax, Darvocet, Valium, and Ativan. I think all of those are more likely to be abused than marijuana, and marijuana does have medical uses. Right now, it's scheduled as a Schedule I drug, which by definition means the drug has no currently accepted medical treatment use in the US. It means that the drug has a high potential for abuse and that it is has a lack of accepted safety for use under medical supervision. I don't think any of those apply to marijuana. So I'm wondering, Dr. Nessa, what are your thoughts on this?
I think we waste way too much time dealing with marijuana, and that are there risks? There's more risks of marijuana than most of the users appreciate. There's definitely medical injuries from a lot of use of marijuana, but there is of alcohol also. And I think there are more important things in this world, and I do think it should be legal, and everyone who's been convicted on it be expunged. I think it's such a waste of energy.
By the way, can you hear me? And has the buzzing disappeared?
No, the
No, it's
buzzing's
there.
still there.
How bad is the buzzing? We are talking about marijuana, so a buzz isn't the worst thing. But is it terrible?
No, we can get by.
At what age is it appropriate for kids to, if they have to smoke marijuana, what for you is the cutoff? Where does it become just?
I love you asked that question, because I want to say something I wanted to say a little earlier. It really depends on the level of development. And may I backtrack a little bit? I think kids are supposed to roll over and crawl. They're supposed to learn to play with each other at 2 or 3. They're not supposed to be learning the alphabet. The alphabet doesn't mean anything. You know, there's different ages that you're supposed to do something. And why is that? Your brain's making different connections at different time. And we now know, it was a couple months ago, I read this, and don't ask me the details of the study, but they followed some people for decades. If you start using marijuana as a teenager and you use it regularly, your IQ is an average of 17 points lower as you grow up. And, you know, I knew a lot of people who smoked a lot of marijuana in college because that was the thing where I was. And brilliant people. And I was they couldn't believe I became a doctor because I was not one of the smartest of my crowd. And but you know what? Marijuana is a great anti-anxiety. It gets much more published, more highly acclaimed for pain control. I'm not so sure of that, but I know that it is a really good anti-anxiety. And I can almost predict the kids going off to college, whether they're going to want more Ritalin or just try Ritalin or cocaine, or they're going to like marijuana. It's the anxious kids who really like marijuana when they try it.
And it's a different type of marijuana now.
It's stronger than when we were that age. That's true.
Stronger or better? More efficient? I don't know. I don't smoke it, so I'm just curious.
Well, you see, if it's legal, then you can require that the dosage be listed, right? You can actually know how much you're taking and how strong the drug is. If it's illegal and people get it that way, they have no idea. Could be strong, could be weak. They don't know. So trying to dose yourself is nearly impossible when drugs are illegal. I would agree that, you know, we should discourage children from taking any sort of drug, whether it's alcohol or marijuana. So, I mean, I would be perfectly all right with it being 21. You know, you have to be the age of 21 in order to start using it, just like alcohol. I think it's absurd that we can hold people responsible. If we say that, children's brains are developing and they shouldn't use marijuana because it will affect their brain, but yet we can hold them legally accountable for using or possessing marijuana at an age where their brain is still developing. I think there's a little contradiction there. You can't
Agreed.
convict people of adults if they're not adults, of adult crimes. So, that's another area.
Do we know how many people are doing years in prison, in state prisons for marijuana possession?
Well, there are people that are arrested and do serve time for simple possession, particularly at the state level. That's why this action by the president is less impactful than I was hoping, anyway, because most of the crimes where they're serving long amounts of time, it's related to sale or distribution of marijuana, not simply possession. And that's all that he's pardoning, and that's all that he's encouraging the governors to follow up with. Simple possession. There were over 7 million arrests for simple possession of marijuana between 2001 and 2010 in the United States.
Okay, keep talking. Let me try one more thing on the mic front.
Might I come out of character for a second?
Of course.
What does what is the police's take in the US regarding weed?
About half the profits. Can you hear me? Did I fix it?
No.
No? God.
No.
The reason I ask is because here in the UK, it's the police that are leading the charge in trying to get it legalized, and the government are stuck in the mud on it. So, our local commissioner, police commissioner, was part of a group called LEAF, which was a group of heads of police forces, various counties around the country, that got together and said they need to definitely decriminalize, legalize cannabis, but then work towards to decriminalize everything else, because they spend so much of their resource on what they see as wasting time and arresting people for nothing really. But I think it may have been 2000 or 1999 under Blair, he tried to decriminalize it, which wasn't. It sounds pretty much like what Biden's doing. So it's not fully legalizing it, but making it. He made it accessible to the point where you wouldn't get arrested for smoking it in public, type thing. But it was the churches who ended that. He got a lot of pressure from the churches and rolled back on it very quickly. I'd say within about 6 months. So you had all these stoners like, "Way, a victory!" And then 6 months later, it's like, "Oh, an upper and a downer, if you will." So I'm just curious as to what law enforcement's take is in the States on it, because I'm sure to God they must think it's a waste of resource as well.
Well, I would say it's varied. It depends on the police officer. It does make it very easy to pull people over and to search their vehicle, because all the police officer has to say is, "Oh, I smell marijuana," when they open the window. So it gives them an excuse to violate people's rights and search their car.
It's an in, isn't it?
Yes. And the same with houses, quite frankly. If you open the door, police officer, and he says, "Oh, I smell marijuana," he could enter because he's got a reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed. So, I don't think that's a good thing.
Well, there's a running joke in Britain this winter because the joke is you can spot someone who's growing weed a mile off because the only street in the house where the snow's melted on the roof.
Well, what they're
doing this year because of the energy crisis, they're saying that's the only person who can afford to pay the bills.
Yeah, right. There was a case that went to the Supreme Court where the police were going through neighborhoods with an infrared camera and scanning every house.
I think they ruled that was unconstitutional, right?
Yeah, I believe they did. Yeah.
Is my sound better?
No.
It's everybody's as well, by the way, I think. It's
the
happening to
point
me
is-
when John's talking, sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. I wasn't doing that before. David, I think you made it worse.
Is it?
Write this on to John.
Let me ask the people, we should wrap it up here. And I don't know whether or not we should continue because of the sound problems. Let me ask the YouTube room. What does it sound like? How bad is it? Same for everybody or just me? Can I, okay. In the Zoom room, what are we saying?
It's when you talk.
Well, it's always better when I don't talk.
I did want to
Sounds
mention
A lovely vintage phone from the 50s.
one benefit. There's an article in the New York Times that mentions a benefit of marijuana. It says the data is scarce. I think it should be the data are scarce. But anecdotal evidence suggests that the right dose of cannabis can make a woman's orgasms more satisfying and increase sex drive.
Bingo.
Okay. All right. Dr. Nancy, this was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Jonathan Bick. How do people get in touch with you, Dr. Nancy?
How do people get in touch with me? Oh, I guess I'll put my email in. I can do that.
Okay. So, and we will see Professor Jonathan Bick for Office Hours and Hours, where he'll be teaching The Twilight Zone as well as Star Trek. We should mention that on Saturday at 9:30, Professor Adnan Hussein teaches class number 2 of the Crusades. And go to adnanhussein.org to register. It's very generous of him. It's free, and it's a great, amazing class. I will be there. And hopefully, Professor Adnan Hussein and Professor Ann Lee and Professor Marianne Cummings will be back next week. Thank you, Dr. Nancy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Professor John, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Professor John. Let's go to Joe in Norway, and then we will talk to Professor Harvey J.K. and Alan.
I'm getting a lot of static. Are you getting the static?
From me or from everybody?
Turn my headset off. I'm getting static too, Harvey. I'm getting static.
I think we may have to call the show. I can't solve it. Let's check in with Joe in Norway, and I think
it's what he's cooking.
Yes, I think we need to call the show.
We're almost finished. We got 2 minutes here.
I think the audio podcast is not going to get the static. So why don't we do this? Is it still bad, Professor K?
Yeah.
Coming through for me too.
I've tried everything. I apologize.
Okay.
And I've been reading the British Marxist historians, and with Alan here, I thought we could have a great conversation, but This is,
Well, we know we'll see each other next week too, I suppose.
but let's do it next week.
Can you try muting Joe?
I don't think he's the cause.
No, I was kidding when I said that, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, those bubbles have to be making. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, but
It's coming
Okay,
from when
didn't
David
work.
speaks. It's coming from when David speaks.
but is it cut when other people speak? Is it okay?
No, it's fine for everyone else.
Oh, well then
Well-
wait a second. Why doesn't Alan talk to Professor K? And I'll.
First of all, has Alan confessed to you that he has COVID?
I have to confess, I'm COVID positive, folks. I'm bravely here on my deathbed, except I'm not on my deathbed. Right now, I don't feel that bad, but my voice does go pretty quickly. I'm got COVID as of 2 days ago.
We can do this next week. My book will be as alive then as now.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the transition to capital.
Yeah, next week I'm going to talk about. Well, we can talk about capitalism next week.
Alan,
To capitalism or from capitalism?
to capitalism. That's
Right.
chapter 2 of the British Marxist historians.
Right.
And then we could talk about from capitalism too.
Yes, let's do that as well.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nancy, Professor Harvey J.K., Alan Minsky.
Alan, feel better as soon as you feel up to it. We'll talk again, okay?
What do you think is worse, the fact that my sound is off or his COVID? I guess
I'm more empathetic or sympathetic for him, feeling sorry for you. How's that?
Thank you.
Yeah. It sounds like it's probably you might need a new mic connection. Probably not a new mic. It's either a new mic or a new mic connection. So
No, I have a new mixer, and I just think if I turned it off and restarted it, but let's call it a night. Joe in Norway.
In which case, get an early to bed. How's that?
Yes.
I'll get an early to bed. There we go.
Thank
Both
you.
of you.
2 people
Thank you,
might
David.
have COVID. 2 people.
Wow.
You and the Reverend. Describe your food, and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, the eggplant dragon came out all right. So this is a deep fried eggplant that I cut in an accordion style. So it's when it comes to the table, it's quite cool. The way after it cooks, it kind of spreads out like playing cards. And it's a spicy Sichuanese fish scented sauce, even though there's no fish in it. Just the flavor combination that it stirs up. Eggplant dragon.
Beautiful. Delicious. Well, we can see it, at least.
It smells good.
I'm going to call it. The crackling is driving everybody crazy.
I think you'll find that's with pork, David.
I'm sorry?
You're going to get crackling with the pork.
Yeah. Florida man?
Yes, sir.
We
I can cover what I'm going to cover on office hours tomorrow night. So that's
No, we'll do it on Monday.
Okay, that's cool.
We just have bad sound, and I apologize.
No, I understand. No problem at all, brother.
Yeah. Thank you all. I apologize for the sound quality. I'm David Feldman. Sorry once again for the sound. Remember to stay strong and protect